Hello, everyone. Assuming that this is working correctly. New audio setup in a little while. Only 3 people. It's a whole mess of new and interesting things. But we are here, and we are bringing you a StarCraft 2 mostly talk show with a little bit of general esports and Blizzard drama because it's fun to talk about, basically. But we're here to start talking about StarCraft 2, so that's why we're under the StarCraft 2 category. Thanks you everyone who's tuning in immediately and Steadfast for the 33-month resub to start the stream off. We do have Steadfast and Behemoth here, so thank you very much, guys, for coming on, especially on such short notice. I was moving, and I was like, I didn't actually organize this, and you guys were very accommodating. And now we can talk about StarCraft 2 stuff. So, it's been a few weeks, guys, but we are going to go ahead and recap some of the more popular, bigger tournaments that have happened in the last few weeks, just to get you guys a brief overview and discuss perhaps some of the, implications and whatnot. As you may have listened to our previous shows, we did mention that the tournaments of this year have a little more weight to them than previous years, because if you basically miss out on one tournament, you're very unlikely to get the other ones, but we'll discuss more of that. Let's go into DreamHack Jonkoping first and foremost. We did have our winner determined, but our runner-up was quite interesting. So, I know it was a few weeks ago, guys, but I still think it's pretty cool to talk about. Fucking Gumiho. Who then, is still doing pretty well, too. Spoiler alert. Round of 4 GSL. That's pretty cool. So I guess we can talk about that as well. But what you guys, Steadfast, you go first. What did you think about Jonkoping?
We got to obviously see a little bit of Gumiho's stuff early on. It was fucking sick. That was awesome. Like, he was killing it. From the very beginning, we saw him early. We saw him versus Maru. He pulled off a big upset there, and did it with some like really cool, like almost pure tank Viking stuff. And like he did something that like maybe 3 other players have done in history, which is make Maru leave a game early. Like, Maru wasn't in a good position. He was in a really bad position. But Maru doesn't leave games when he's dead, because he so consistently comes back. He left the game with like even supplies at like it was very much a still winnable, if not comfortable game. So Gumiho not only did he beat Maru, he broke Maru's spirit just a little bit in that game number 4. And that's not something that like ever happens, like never. So that was really cool. And then obviously, I guess you guys will talk about the rest of the tournament, but that finals was pretty goddamn special too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually wanted to go ahead and bring up that game you're talking about, because I actually don't remember that. I did end up casting it. Obviously, people were very interested to learn how it happens. So let's try and... How did I do this? I did this way. That's right. Steadfast will appear twice for convenience.
There we go.
Nailed it. Anyways, but game 4, you said?
Yeah, it was game 4 on Neo Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
And by no means was it like a comfy situation for Maru. Like, he was definitely in a really bad spot, but it like I've never seen Maru GG out with so much supply before, relative to what his opponent's supply was,
Because I didn't actually remember thinking that he left early.
This was the slow constriction game, right? Where you just
go.
I actually, I'm gonna disagree with you, Steadfast. There, yeah. I think Maru maybe had one more fight in him that he was going to lose, but at this point he was trapped on 4 bases. He actually, Gumiho had the map. It didn't matter that he maybe had an army. There was no money, and he didn't have a solid way of breaking out, because ZG wants to go back. Like, the tank line here, we can't properly see it because I think the minimap is a little close, is hidden by us. But yeah. There was no room for Maru to exist on the map, like, at all. You're not getting an extra base there.
Yeah, but it's 5 base to 4. Supplies are even.
I think it was 6 bases actually.
Was
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Gumiho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 for Maru.
Yeah, 5 bases to 4. I've literally never seen Maru leave in a situation like that,
where he's behind a base.
Where he's behind 1 base and the supplies are dead even. I don't think I've ever seen that, unless his production is like literally camped. Now, but once again, I don't blame him. It was a terrible game. He was getting the shit kicked out of him for the whole fucking game. But no one, like it actually was a situation where like Maru always fights to the bitter end, 100% of the time. That's the thing. It's not that it was a good position or even a winnable position. It's that he left in a position where like we usually don't see him leave.
So look at what happened. Like, this is the final fight, right? He loses all of the Liberators. He's really he's mining a little bit of gas right now, but he doesn't have a ton, and he's gonna mine out of that gas pretty quickly. So what it felt like, again, kind of like he lost any way to kill the tank, to remove the tank. So it's like you keep your Liberators up, maybe you can start to work your way back, but you lose your space control. And then all of a sudden it's like, what am I even, what's there are 3 of us now. Or like, it's like at that point, like, what are you gonna do? So I don't know.
No, I think I see what Steadfast is saying though. The fact that Maru didn't even do the last,
like pull the boys,
battle.
Fight to literally the last unit.
Yeah, it's a little uncommon. I think I did express some surprise at that because I was literally just like, well, he could do this or that, I suppose, and then he just tapped out, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay, or he could just tap out. So
yeah, if it was basically any other player, it would be like completely unremarkable. But because it's specifically Maru, and like even he was basically acknowledging that he had no chance in a game where, from those type of situations, it feels like he has a chance, even when he really doesn't.
Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying now. I mean, I think I've seen Maru do that. I also remember Maru as one of the Koreans who would commonly open a IM qualifier with like 2 back-to-back 2-raxes and then leave like as soon as they didn't work.
Fair, yeah.
He's definitely a different person than he was, that was like 8 years ago. But so I didn't hold him and his last hurrah to such high esteem, I suppose, as you did so fast. Yeah. But I get what you're saying. But so that was the surprising part. It was kind of the point where we brought that up, that Gumiho did win against Maru. You can see here in that knockout bracket to then advance on to have a chance to make it to the finals. All in all, by the way, guys, because like I know this is so far back, but just kind of give you like a brief overview to jog everyone's memories, right? Jonkoping was already kind of a interesting tournament because, as we discussed in some previous shows, the weight to the EPT points is now like even more considerable. If you miss out on this event, then your seeding for further events is abysmal, and so on and so forth. So you just have like a less likely chance to actually get enough points to get to the global finals. Also, Oliveira and Coffee were not able to play, so that was a bit of a controversial thing. And then finally, people were expressing a lot of confusion about how the bracket worked once more. And then the other interesting thing was that with the way that the bracket did work out, our first match was like Maru versus Raynor.
Yeah.
So kind of jogging on your memories about some of the, I guess, more controversial things. Because otherwise, I think the tournament ran smoothly, unless you guys disagree. The crowd seemed to be very good. The setup for the crowd was great. I had people come to me and say like they fixed a lot of problems from Katowice. And as far as the caster setup, that's unimportant. We had a bit of a weird one, but that's not too important. So yeah, I think the overall event went well, but the organizing of it was a little interesting. So I guess I'll start off this conversation with, what did you guys think about having such a good first match right off the bat? Did you like it or did you hate it?
I mean, as a caster, because obviously we didn't get Maru Raynor, but we got whatever the other matchup was, which I think was also very solid. I don't know if you remember what that was, Steadfast, but like as a caster, I love it. Like there were no bad on the A stream and the B stream. There were no bad matches, or very few. Like the matches were good. They were high impact. That's fantastic. Like I love that. But as a viewer, especially a North American viewer, Maru versus Raynor, the only time you get it in the entire tournament is what, 6, 7 in the morning on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
6 in the morning.
I'd rather have that in the playoffs. Like I'd rather have that further on, or at least further on in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, the other match was Estrella versus Spirit, which was another good match, and it was a banger. Yeah, both of them really have been on the rise recently, so that's cool. That's just an aside. But in regards to ZG's question, like it was extremely disappointing, to be honest. North America's always kind of gotten snubbed in like every way, so having it happen again is just like, it's not surprising, but it is very disappointing, and it does suck. Like, I don't know. The other thing that sucks too is that it's a marquee matchup, but it would be like putting your title fight, like for like to make a UFC comparison, it'd be like putting your title fight as like the preview, and it's like, well, why are you doing this? No, you put this at prime time because that's when you've built up some viewership. Other people will tune in for stuff like there. I'm sure there were people who watched Maru versus Reiner and then stopped watching for a while. Whereas instead, you might have people that will watch other stuff because they're like, oh, I don't want to miss Maru versus Reiner. Can't be missing that. And maybe I'm not too interested in the players before it, but the series could end at any time, so I got to tune in for that. So there's obviously the fact that like a bunch of people miss out, but it's also just super counterintuitive. And they could have just shuffled the groups around easily and like had like Maru versus Reiner be the fourth match of the day. And then it starts at, actually, no, I guess they couldn't have because they did.
It'd have to be Group B. And yeah, anyway, I guess the better question, Steadfast and ZG, is whether like overall, it's like, okay, Maru Reiner marquee matchup early on, that kind of sucks for an A, fine. You're gonna run into some issue like that with this format regardless, where you're gonna have the 16 players that qualify, that are all good, and they're gonna be hopefully decent matchups. So you're gonna miss out on some if you do it like this. Or would it be better? And I'm not sure that I buy this necessarily. Would it be better to go back to what we've done in previous years, where you're doing the round of 64, the round of 32, like you're doing the play-in games, and then the big games happen later on Friday into Saturday, whatever, and you kind of do away with the format because there's no way to get all this I don't know that there's a good way to get all the games from the winners match covered, or from the winners form. What do they call it? The winners match? Yeah, the winners stage covered.
Winners stage, yeah.
Without just doing that all day Friday. So, like, are we okay with getting pretty much only good matchups on the A and B stream and sacrificing maybe the marqueest of them just because of how the scheduling works? Or on that altar, or do we want to get, like, is it better to have Patty Mac versus Maples on the B stream, and maybe someone a little bit bigger on the main stream because that's plans?
That is a good question. It was a lot of it, so it's weird. There's always been like this thing of like, how do we eliminate bloat? But it was weird because these matches almost didn't matter. Like they did in the winner stage a lot, and that's how Maru eventually got eliminated. But it kind of took like a miracle for him to get eliminated. Like it kind of took like a weird anti-miracle. Because in theory, even though he dropped down to Reiner, he should have been able to make it through into the playoffs. Should have. Now, granted, Gumiho played like maybe the tournament of his life. I would argue that from a gameplay perspective, it was the tournament of his life. I'm sure there will be some people who'd be like, well, actually, Gumiho played that much better in the ESL Open Cup number 4. It'd be me.
He did win
I'd be the
ESL.
one. Yeah, but I mean, like... Yeah. But like specifically like game 2 against Cero, like that was that was a man like pulling himself through the mud through sheer force of will. Like that was a win that will go down in history. That game number 2. It would have actually, maybe not because he didn't win the tournament, but if he does that and then he closes out game 6, because he was actually winning game 6, like I would say pretty hard. And then goes on to win game 7. It's probably like a top 5 tournament run ever in StarCraft 2.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I think so.
Okay, here's the question though. Then, which is a better game? Which is a better like game in a vacuum? I mean, obviously, I guess the vacuum of the story behind it, but ignoring the run after the fact, I guess is a way to say that. Oliveira Reiner game 2, or that
Game
Gumiho or Gumiho
Well, no,
Gumiho
because
Cyril.
Oliver didn't win that one.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So I
Do you-
think, like, yeah, it's just a little bit worse, but not by very much.
I feel like we're talking about this, and I think it's fair. Obviously, World Championships is not a World Championship. Jonkoping, I guess, is not a World Championship. But until Gumiho lost, I was getting some shades of like, wow, this is the second Terran that has such an incredible story and an incredible run all of a sudden from nowhere in a major tournament. Of course, Cyril won it all, but I don't know. I really was getting kind of shades of that Oliveira run, particularly, like, granted, he lost that game too against Raynor, but it's kind of what it felt like a little bit. Except, of course, this one, Gumiho won.
Yeah.
This one felt to me like Haas's run at DreamHack Valencia in 2019, where like no one expected it. Obviously, Gumiho, we know that Gumiho has a much higher like mechanical skill ceiling than someone like Haas. But even like it's Gumiho, there's a lot of mirrors there. One, he lost 4-2 to Cyril in the grand finals and like came out of nowhere. And even going into the grand finals, nobody gave him a chance to even take a map. Everyone was like, man, I sure hope it's not a 4-0. Like, I think literally even at that point, after he'd shown a great series versus Spirit, great series versus Maru, dumpstered Solar, like no one, I think, was actually picking him to put up a competitive, let alone a very close series versus Cyril. Like, it could have very easily been a 4-2 Gumiho. If you just change a couple things in game 1, change a couple things in game 6, could have very easily been a 4-2 in favor of Gumiho, and he could have been the Jonkoping champion. But yeah, just a wild ride overall. But like,
Hi guys, Steph was just finishing saying how much of a cool run it was, and it was more strategic.
Yes,
so
more
that's the next
strategic. I think the game 3 build versus Cyril was just chef's kiss.
It was really cool. I was happy to see that the ending of game 2 was the most replayed on YouTube. I think that makes sense. People going back and being like, wait, what? It was pretty cool. Like, Gumiho really did just show that form that he was in when he won the GSL. I've said this over and over and over again. But Gumiho's mechanics are often his weakest point. So he'll be cool and he'll win games. But when you really push him on like a very mechanical level, so TVZ, bio, right? Then he usually falters. But in tournament, in that last series, the finals, he didn't really. I lost it, but I didn't really see any point in which I was like, oh, well, clearly he would have had more momentum if he was Innovation or if he was Maru. He was playing at the best level that Gumiho can, which is really quite cool because he is also one of our, post-military players. And one of the ones who kind of left on not a down note or anything like that, but just kind of like when he left, it was like, oh, that's sad. But it wasn't like he had peaked or, and he was like the only Protoss who was doing well, like Trap or something. And we're like, oh shit. It was kind of like, oh, I hope he comes back. Like, I'll see you later, Gumiho. So the fact that he actually does really well is especially cool. His mechanical level mean. All the little details that go in mechanics. Obviously, he's not getting supply blocks very often because he's not, Diamond, but more like making sure to properly saturate, not looking back at home very often, especially as a Terran player, when you're also microing on the front lines is usually one of the biggest ones. You'll see worse players than likes of Clem and Maru, very noticeable like stop in their attention on their forward push as they go back and add on add-ons or their 8th, barracks or something. And then it gets even more detailed like that because, at the end of the day, Innovation did have the best macro. And when you compared him to his counterparts in the era in which he was dominant, it was still pretty much like he is the best. So the details there, like sometimes are even just like, like the fact that they saturate the SCVs or they stack the SCVs quicker or they make sure to mule the correct mineral patch and stuff like that. So anyway.
Although one might be able to argue that Bomber had the best macro and Innovation he had the better micro to kind of, better mechanics package.
No, I don't think that's true at all. And I don't think I'm being biased. I mean, Bomber was also, his peak was also a bit, I think, before Innovation's peak.
That's fair, yeah.
Like, I think he was the best macro, and then Innovation was the best macro.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, innovation. I mean, he did pop off season 1 of Heart of the Swarm, but it was really it was like a year later. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was good for the entire time he was in StarCraft 2, right? I mean, he made the GSL finals fairly quickly in his transition over into StarCraft 2. He used to be Bogus and Brood War. But I don't think he was known as like the best macro, the god macro guy until a little later in his established career.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like my mic's a little low too, so I'm just gonna let you guys talk about their next points. As we Jonkoping is basically the story is how cool Gumiho was, but in case you missed it, Serral did in fact win best of 7 finals. So as far as the winners on the overall year, we're gonna be like, oh yeah, of course, sure, whatever. Serral won, what a surprise! But it was quite cool. And then we can talk about HomeStory Cup, which is just 2 weeks later. Gumiho did actually participate in that. Only 2 Koreans, I believe, wasn't it? Like Gumiho and Solar, was that literally it? Went to HomeStory Cup this time around. There was a choice of, I suppose, some of them could go ahead and stick around in Europe, like I did, but then obviously they don't have the, benefits that I did of being able to stay there for 2 weeks or basically for free. So not many of them did it. And then, of course, people going back to Korea and then coming back, not only is the money, but then also the severe just like whiplash you get from doing that. So not too many Koreans played, and Guma didn't play particularly well, but Solar did. So the finals were a pretty interesting match. The individual games might not be the most entertaining. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but the overall series was pretty nice. 4-3. Rainer did end up taking that. So any thoughts about HomeStory Cup?
I thought it was interesting, and I guess part of this is that, I guess going back to the format discussion, and part of it is this HomeStory Cup, right? It's a $12,000 tournament. It's condensed to one. I mean, I guess Jonkoping is condensed to one weekend, but it's smaller. There's less room, but it was interesting that, I mean, those were punishing groups, right?
Yes.
You have 6-player groups, and 2 players get out from every single one. So it's like, here Marine, objectively a pretty solid group run. I mean, he was 3-2, but his run was pretty solid. He doesn't get out. He doesn't go into the playoffs. He's relegated to making pizzas. Spirit, same deal. Gumiho, same deal. There were a bunch of players that had that you would expect to make the playoffs, but because it's just that round of 8 out of, 24 players, like it takes a while. Like, that was punishing. But I guess the flip side of that is there anyone that made the playoffs that we were really surprised to see? I mean,
Skillous
winning
maybe.
the group was the like
winning
the biggest,
the group. Yeah.
I think people would have bet on here Marine Solar.
Yeah, but also I think Skillous winning the group is like puts it even. Yeah.
Yep, that was kind of surprising. A laser instead of Gumiho, considering Gumiho's most recent victory, might also have been a surprise, but I don't think is actually all that crazy. And then nope,
Really
other
was
ones
the
aren't
difference of
surprising.
sorry.
That was it. I don't think they're surprising.
And really, with the laser Gumiho setup, it was a difference of 2 maps, 9-2 versus 7-4. That was a series, I guess. It was 4-1, 3-2, but they're not that far apart.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, no, never mind. That math does make sense. I was getting myself confused. But yeah, no, you ask about the finals, and I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. I was to go out and deal with some stuff, but I happen to like ZVZ. I know that makes me weird. I know that makes me by far the minority on the YouTube audience, but I happen to like ZVZ. So the fact that we got, if I remember right from the games I saw, we got some pretty cool, like, obviously the early game in ZVZ is not great, but we did get some of the more mid game, some of the more late game stuff. And I know Steadfast disagrees, but that made me really happy. And I think the other story there that we can talk about a little bit is, the Western Zergs beating a Korean Zerg in a ZVZ, right? Because we really saw that. I don't remember what, we might have had some ZVZ at Jonkoping, but I mean, the storyline out of KatZ was wow. Western vulnerability in the matchup. You had Serral lose to Ragnarok. You had there was actually the only Serral lost all those Zergs. So seeing Rainer, maybe reclaim the throne a little bit after taking down Serral 3-0, which is never easy for either player there, is maybe the ship riding its course a little bit. It's got the ballast right now.
Well, first of all, I think Serral defeated himself at KatZ.
That's fair.
I was actually so salty. You should have seen me in the green room, actually. we all like we all stood up from the couches and then we were looking at the TV and then
at HomeStory Cup.
No,
Or
I did Katowice.
Katowice.
Yeah.
And I was like, Cyril's got this. It was like 30 seconds before he tapped out, and I was like, he's got this. Advantage advantage will kick in. He'll live. Like, I don't know if he's winning, but he's gonna be fine on the defense. And then 30 seconds later, he taps out. I think I yelled at the screen. I was so disappointed because I felt it was gonna be Ragnarok versus Maru. And I was like, well, that's fucking terrible. And then the Oliveira run had yet to be, settled. So it was like, oh, no, it's going to be like, God forbid it. Well, because actually that was the first series, wasn't it? So we don't even know it was. But basically, we were running low on storylines that I thought were particularly interesting until Oliveira got to the finals. And then we were like, oh, okay, this is okay, final, guys. We're good. And obviously that was a good finals too. But yeah, I don't know if the European versus Korean ZVZ topic is as hot as it once was. Feels like my mic got lower, not higher. That's a problem. But the it is still a discussion, one that was promoted, if you will, by Solar, wasn't it? Wasn't he
Lambo.
the one?
Right?
Yes, but I think Solar was so sorry. It was Lambo and Solar both with like the different opinions, right? Oh, and my mic's crazying. But just to finish my thought, the Solar versus Lambo thing was like Lambo said that he thinks that European ZVZ is better, and then Solar I think was really very much like against that and said like no, Korean ZVZ is still better. So then whenever they would face each other, it'd always be like, well, you get to prove it. Ah. So it is interesting, but I don't know if it's really the hottest topic right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Like that really stood out to me at Katowice, specifically because you had people talking about not practicing from like the game theory of it not being worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess the shout in Florida of saying, oh well, you don't practice, you lose. Like, and the Koreans clearly had kind of a little bit more practice in the matchup, but I guess in part we can also say Katowice kind of exposed that a little bit, and we maybe are seeing some more practice now and are seeing a little bit more of actual the skill level raising, like the understanding, the skill level raising a little bit. Although I do know also that it should, I mean, in fairness to them, it's really hard to find ZVZ practice in Europe. So,
well, the thing is like, there's so much wonky strategy in ZVZ.
Mhm.
And like the players that so it's funny. It's a lot of it is stylistic in Europe, I think, that makes it not beneficial for the players who would want to practice with it to not show certain tendencies. So someone like Lambo, who's mechanically not quite as he's not as good as someone like Cyril or Raynor, but strategically and inventively is a fucking genius and can beat those players with some really different shit. He doesn't want to show that. And he also doesn't want to show the little foibles in his mechanics that are going to be vulnerabilities that can be exposed. Whereas Raynor and Cyril won't want to practice against each other because they've played so many times. They don't want to see each other's weaknesses. Like there's like this weird like merry-go-round of reasons why each player doesn't want to play each other in customs. Whereas in the Korean ladder, they'll just fucking play each other. They'll just play on the ladder, and everyone has barcodes. Yes, they're all unmasked, but they all share accounts. So shit gets really weird. So like, there's this weird thing where everything is double blind. I feel like in the Korean server, that may be an outdated view, but I don't think it is because like Ragnarok, for example, because I did a whole ass breakdown on that series versus Cyril. And it wasn't just Cyril defeating himself. It was actually Ragnarok setting like it was like Ragnarok doing the like, here's the cup, here's the ball. But he's like, I have 15 cups and 6 balls. You have to find 4 of them. And you're like, wait, what? And he's like, go. And then he just starts moving his arms around like a fucking crazy person. And then you're like, so what do I have to do right now? And then by that time, he's like jabbed you in the throat and you're just choking. And you're completely discombobulated. You got no idea what's going on, and you're just dead. And that happened like 3 times in the series before we even got to Game 5. And he's just completely out of his mind. Yeah, he's got no idea.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, the mind games are there, but I think it's also one of those things where like you do practice and you do get exposure and you do, I don't know. I understand the logic behind what we're talking about in terms of like the game theory perspective of why you don't want to take a look at things and XYZ. Even if it's there, you're not going to convince me that practicing less is more efficient than practicing more. Sorry.
Oh, no, for sure. But like, there is a certain point where it can become somewhat detrimental to like if mechanically you feel extremely confident, you don't necessarily want to get certain tendencies against certain strategic plays. Because I think expecting certain things can like, yeah, I don't know. I think the best player to actually practice against in ZVZ would probably be someone like Ragnarok, who's going to throw like so many different builds and styles at you so that you always have to keep scouting. Because the other thing is too, Ragnarok also used Cyril's scouting against him at IEM Katowice. Like he was showing him weird gas timings. He was like doing all this shit. It was actually really, really advanced. Like it was super underrated.
Man, there's something I want to. It's not on topic, but on the subject of gas timings, Solar's new opener. Now we'll probably. I guess we can talk about this later in the show, but we are seeing some gas timing innovations in I guess in ZVT, which is exciting. I know ZombieGrub's taking a look at it. I don't know if you have Steadfast.
I have not. What are you referring to?
So in the GSL, opener. Yeah, he's Solar started doing the Eric opener.
That's the Eric opener. That's not not Solar.
No,
But Solar's making it his own. Like Solar is doing it every single game.
He's doing it every single game against Terrans.
The Extractor Trick 15 hatch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is like we saw the Eric opener, like North American Zergs were doing it, like Scarlet was doing it against Protoss players specifically so she could get her hatch down.
Mm-hmm.
But against the Terran is weird. And yeah, I don't know.
I've seen a verse Terran as well before GSL. So the advantage is you slip out a couple of Zerglings before like anything would get across the map. And then you don't have to build 4 Zerglings to defend. So you build one less set of Zerglings. Your queens are out in time. There's like a lot of advantages to it, obviously.
Well,
but like just doing that versus Terran is actually really good. So you slip it across the map before the Reaper gets out, and you can sometimes kill the SCV on the command center.
That's not how that works.
No.
The Eric opener?
It's not what he's doing. Like Eric might be doing it, but Solar isn't. Like I'm not trying to say like you're dumb Steadfast, but I'm just saying that Solar's not doing that.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, that was one of like the advantages you could.
Yeah. Hold on, I need to restart Wavelink, and I think it's going to cut you guys off as well. So 5 seconds. Okay, I think we're back, and hopefully that fixed my mic as well. So yeah, sorry. But Steadfast, yeah, the Eric opener, he does like a lot, but Solar's been doing it against every single Terran, which is the really weird thing. Yeah. Because initially I was totally on board the idea that he was trying to like counter or make life easier up against the 2-racks opener, the forward 2-racks that Beyond does. He's doing it against Beyond just made sense to me. But then he kept doing it against people who often don't do it. So like Gumiho, Maru, and Cure, who can throw it in, but aren't doing it really all that frequently. And then Solar was still doing it, and he did not ever send the Lings across the map. It seemed to only be for a slightly more comfortable opener. But then I was basically speculating, is this actually worth it? Obviously Solar does, and he's much better than I am, but I haven't seen too many other Zergs copy it.
And actually, Steadfast, the Eric opener is hatch pool gas, or is pool hatch gas, right?
No.
Is it?
No. No. You Extractor Trick 15. Extractor Trick. And build the hatch at 15.
Okay.
And then it's Extractor Trick again. It's basically an Extractor Trick 15 hatch, Extractor Trick 15 pool. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. Like gas timings can go really, really fuck you from there.
Okay. Yeah. So then this is the Eric the Eric build. For some reason I was thinking that Eric got a pool faster, but yeah.
Well, he is aggressive.
Oh no, you do. You get it 10 seconds faster. You get the hatch and the
faster compared
to
a hatch. Like pool hatch, not hatch.
Oh,
hatch.
Okay,
yeah.
No, that'd be something like I don't even know. B actually used to do the Extractor Trick 15 hatch as well, but he would do it in ZVP. So this is actually like somebody was doing this like 2.5 years ago, but it was refuted.
Yes, I remember this.
Not worth it. Yeah.
I mean, this was how all like in general, this was how Zergs were opening up at the start of Legacy, right? You extractor cancel, at least at the very start. Like maybe it was in the beta of Legacy, but there was a lot. No,
Yeah, I saw you mention that in my chat, and I don't remember that at all, actually.
People were doing extractor tricks, but they weren't doing extractor trick 15 hatch. They were doing extractor tricks to get up to like 15 supply, building an overlord, and then still taking like a 17 hatch. But people were doing that at the beginning of like the very beginning of the game when they realized you could extractor trick. They were like, "Oh my god, you can extractor trick!" And then we're like, "Yeah, but it costs you 6 minerals, which is 2
efficient.
mineral trips, and it's more expensive." But people are like, "But I love it!" And you're like, "Okay, but you're this is like anti-macro what you're doing. You're literally just killing resources for no benefit whatsoever." But they're like, "But it's so cool," and I'm like, I know it's so cool.
It makes me feel like I know something that no one else knows. Like,
yeah.
Right? It just makes you feel cool, you know?
Yeah.
It's something to do in the first 2 minutes as well, which doesn't always happen.
And then the funny thing with that though is right that like the South Americans never stopped. So I wonder, you know, going back on this a little bit, can we attribute the we can you know Solar picking this up and you know maybe becoming a little bit meta? Can we attribute this to ESL Masters Americas being a thing and not ESL Masters Latin America and North America? Because
no, we can attribute this to Solar beating Dark in an EPT Cup with it back-to-back weeks.
So, what? No, what?
With the
You're talking about Eric beating Dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said Solar beating Dark back-to-back.
Sorry, I meant Eric beating Dark. Beating Dark.
Yeah, but that's DVZ though, and
yeah, but that's where the build. That's where like, like when someone does something and it works, you have to be like, okay, how did this toddler? Because you don't know anything about Eric. We know he's quite good, but how did this toddler just beat the shit out of Mike Tyson? And you're like, oh, he put cement in his gloves. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put cement in my gloves.
that's
It's
fair.
like, yeah, sure, you do MMA, but like, you know, punching still works in MMA too.
No steadfast.
Talking about CVZ versus EVT or ZVP. Yeah.
I like the analogy. I think the point is, right, that people do just end up copying stuff if they see something new. But it does seem to be only Solar who's copying, which is why it's so interesting. Because if everyone was doing it, I would just be happy that I would notice the meta shift, and it'd be like, they do it because of the reasons that we stated. And I wouldn't be questioning if it's actually worth it. I'd just be like, well, I guess I'm wrong because all the Zergs are doing it. But it's only the one guy. And as much as Solar is a fantastic player, and I think he's very smart as well, and I know there's a reason he wants to do it, there have been cases of even the best players doing something that's a little, what's the word?
Suboptimal.
Thank you, suboptimal. And then going back to what we would say is the normal. I mean, that has happened. I actually thought that might be what happened with Bjorn's builds when he first started doing the 2 racks opener. I was like, okay, I could see doing this every now and again, but like, and now it's apparently just like, it's becoming even more of a meta change. More Terrans are doing it. So yeah, I can't think of an example previously where it ended up failing, but I'm sure if you gave me enough time, I could.
And in fairness, like Solar's always been one of those Zergs at the kind of the forefront of build development, right? Like he developed Hydroling Bane back, what was that, 4 years ago at this point? Like it really was Solar that was pushing it, and then we had other players taking it up, and it became the meta. I'm trying to think if there are other examples from like Solar in particular, but wasn't. No, I'm thinking of Sue, right? Sue was with it. No, Solar was part of like the NA Zerg Skype group, right, back in the day.
Yeah.
And he was taking some builds there as well. So
Violet as well. But,
yeah.
Oh wow, it's a very long time ago.
That's reaching back.
Solar was the OG Zerg though at the beginning of Legacy. He made Zerg what it was when Legacy of the Void dropped. So it was Solar for Zerg and Bjorn for Terran, and the two of them were like, and then Firecake actually was like, oh, I based all of my stuff off of Solar's play, and he was like the best foreign Zerg by a huge margin. Yeah, no, I know. Firecake was better at a certain point.
Yeah, I think
he was.
I think I could agree with that.
Not for very long, but he was.
There was an interesting phase in the beginning of Legacy of the Void as well when we had Tankovax, where was Semper his name? It's actually like so far back. Yeah, Semper was actually the best user of Tankovax for sure. Like, we cast so many beta tournaments and so many tournaments when it first actually released, and he was the only one who'd use them correctly. Like, people would counter Tankovac him, and it wouldn't work. So, like, because the answer to Tankovacs was Tankovacs. Was basically what it was. But then Semper would actually win every time someone tried, no matter the circumstances or the amount of units. So that is very interesting to think of back then. But I do remember Solar being one of the best because he was also one of the more active ones for Legacy of the Void. The funny thing is, he also was terrible at Corrosive Biles. He still kind of is, actually. Like, every so often, you'll see pros miss Corrosive Biles despite having the flyer helper. And I feel like it's very rare nowadays, but Solar still occasionally does it. And he did it all the time. Him versus Liberators was the most comical thing ever. It'd be like very plainly in sight and in range, and he'd be like, whoop! 4 steps to the left. Anyway, just funny history moments. What were we talking about? Oh, innovations of the Solar build. That's right. I think we're gonna have to wait to see it in like a really big, like important offline tournament, because I know there's some big tournaments happening online, but there's always basically the eyes aren't on it, right?
Can you give him the matches that he's like done stuff with it? Because I want to do a little bit of studying.
Sure. GSO.
Okay.
Yep.
But just every match, or like is it specific?
Yeah.
Yep.
Every time.
Yep. Against every Terran he plays.
True. All right. I'm gonna have to.
I think there was maybe one game where he didn't do it. Maybe, but yeah, almost every single one.
We're just gonna have to ignore when the stream dies. The VOD is being saved, so. Yeah, so that's it for I guess that was kind of related to HomeStory Cup. We kind of did the thing, I guess. We kind of discussed it.
Staying on topic is a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe my mic will also get messed up again. But so HomeStory Cup, yes, Raynor did win. He stopped the reverse sweep, which was pretty cool, and he was very happy about the win. It was also a great tournament, great time. Had a fun time attending. And they will be doing another HomeStory Cup in the winter, November, I think.
And and we got to learn about how one holds beers properly.
Oh yeah, double fisting.
Oh, double fisting, yeah. Man, that's a really common expression. I don't understand how people were like
watching
about it.
Loco's and Kelazur's brain short circuit was
this is so funny when Kelazur specifically short circuited. Loco just kind of immediately laughed, but Kelazur literally looked at me like, "Are you sure you wanted to say that on stream, Zombie?" I'm like, that was the face he made at me. But I'm glad I taught people. I've had a couple of Europeans come in and say that they're double fisting now, which is great.
Yeah, and then they're going to propagate the misery onto their friends, and you started a culture movement here, ZG.
This is the second culture movement, actually. My first one was teaching all the Swedes how to do a blowjob shot.
For those of us at home that are not familiar with what a blowjob shot is, would you like to explain it, ZG?
It's a delicious shot, first of all. It's like Bailey's and Kahlua and whipped cream. And what the thing about it is that you're supposed to put your hands behind your back and then only drink it by putting your mouth around the shot glass and like tilting up and drinking it. So it's yeah.
Okay. And now I've exposed how unfun my college experience was, but anyway.
I didn't learn that I didn't do anything in university. My university was far too small. Rosa, Mama Rosa, one of the makeup artists who was OG in StarCraft, but she hasn't done much lately. She taught me on my 27th birthday. And when I was at WCS Challenger in Burbank. It was a good time. So I have plenty of I have acquired all of the drinking cultures of the world and all of the drinking games and the unique shots, and I'm just gonna be the encyclopedia going forth. It fits with my brand. Nice. One of the first things you see on my Google is still drunk, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, what is it? I'm assuming it's Marauders Should Shoot Up, or is it the drunken histories?
No, it's Marauders Should Shoot Up. That drunk stream.
It's gotta be Marauders Should Shoot Up.
It's the junk stream,
there's
for
no
sure.
way. Yeah.
All right, so we have recapped HomeStory Cup, kind of. We got Champions up next, so this one might have flown a little bit more under the radar for you guys out there. It did for me, if I'm being honest. I knew it was happening, and then I blinked and I missed it, but I also could blame moving and all that shit for that. But the AfreecaTV Champions Cup did happen over the last week.
Last weekend, yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Friday,
go.
Saturday, Sunday. No, did they have a Thursday broadcast?
That's what I wasn't sure of.
No, Friday, Saturday,
21st,
Sunday.
23rd.
Yeah, it literally took place over a weekend. It was very rushed.
The weird thing they did though was that they had group stage over Friday and Saturday, and Sunday was round of 8 through the finals.
Yeah,
that's what DreamHack does
and
as
then-
well now, though. Round of 8 to the finals. That's been common for the offline tournaments as well.
But they didn't do best of 3s for DreamHack. This they did best of 3s in the quarters.
Yes, that's true.
Finals.
That's true.
It flew, and what feels more weird to me is that Group C and D were on a weekend. Like I'm used to group stages being done by the time you get into the weekend play, but
Oh, I see what you
smaller
mean.
tournament.
Yeah, because it's usually like a longer playoffs type of thing. Like it's bracket format for longer, and then it's I get what
like
you're saying.
elimination bracket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
having group stage for on the Saturday does feel weird. Yeah.
Yeah. But aside from the maybe wonky schedule, we did have the results come in. I don't think there is any particular series that like upset expectations. I mean, Ragnarok beat Max Pax, but
Dark over Maru.
Raynor beat Classic in the decider match of the group. And Showtime beat Hero.
Classic beat Raynor in the decider match of the group.
Or sorry, Classic beat Raynor in the decider match of the group, and Showtime beat Hero in the decider match of the group. And Max Pax continued dominating the living fuck out of Maru offline or online over the last couple of months. I think that's 4 series in a row.
Wow, that is pretty cool.
Which is actually like that's like really uncommon.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's very interesting.
I think I think we go to league. Like Max Pax is probably gonna have the best PvT by a significant margin. Would be my guess.
Sorry, it's 3 series in a row, but he also went 1-1 versus him in a pivotal WTL match.
I see.
Which did end up being the difference maker, where Psystorm won 4-2, and it affected like the it affected the standings in the regular season like drastically, and it was also the first ever map that Max Pax had taken off of Maru, and since then, he's won all 3 series against him. Every single one has gone to like the final match, but still, it's pretty freaking cool.
Interesting thing, by the way, is Hero actually technically has a better per Legulac, right? You don't grain of salt, but it still has Hero as the best PvT player in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Even with all, because I feel like, I know we're talking about Max Pax beating Maru, which is again massive news, doing very well, but I feel like we're really seeing Hero slump.
Yeah, me too.
Since Katowice, really. So see him listed still as the #1 player in the world is kind of a surprise, or a #1 Protoss player in the world is kind of a surprise to me, actually. I thought Max Pax would have overtaken.
The reason for that is that in all of the big tournaments, Hero keeps getting his ass kicked, but then in all of like the EPT Cups, there was the Pig tournament that he played. Like he 4-0'd Beyond in the finals of the Pig tournament. He's consistently been winning the ESL Cups. And that's the thing. The Legulac doesn't give a fuck about where the results come from. They're just Maru or, Hero lost 1-2 to Maru, or like 1-2 to Beyond, or 1-2 to Cure. But then he beat him 3 times in a row in like, EPT Cups. And it's like a Legulac can't tell the difference.
Not only that, it depends on how many other, let's call them, not best Terran players in the world they face on a day-to-day basis, right? So if they're facing Joe and Bob and Sarah, that also gets added to their Terran victory.
Although in fairness,
not as much, but it does.
Right? Because, sorry, that's
Max Pax would face more Terrans online that are weaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably true. But Hero does play in a decent amount of open cups as well, though. So I'm just saying that also impacts the ultimate result, right?
Yeah.
So, anywho, that is interesting. Then some of the results are worth talking about. Classic actually doing well versus Zerg maybe isn't the most surprising, but the fact that it is Raynor is, it's considerable. We still are kind of at a weird place TVP wise, and I guess we could take an opportunity to talk about that with all of the tournaments now being covered.
So there are two sides of that, right? With the 10 range Colossus thing, where
Sure.
because Hearthstone put that video out, right? He's like, look, I don't care what's happening here. Competitive integrity's dead. If we can't fix this in some way, and obviously Africa Champions Cup couldn't change it due to ESL rulebook saying, you know, you have to play on whatever's on the ladder. So they couldn't implement that change. But there are two conversations to be had. There's the one of, yeah, you know, competitive integrity. Players need to know what they're going to be playing on. You know, we should be playing the version of the game that is intended to be played. Which, yeah, fair, absolutely. I understand that. But on the flip side, I think this is actually, like, if we're going to treat it as a buff and an intended change, I think this is actually a really strong, I think this is a really good change for Protoss.
It is fortunate that the intern pressed the wrong buttons on the non-live version, and then another intern pressed the button for the live version on the Colossus bug in particular. Imagine if this was like a missile turret 20 range bug.
Well, that was the... I mean, yeah, the weird thing about, like, this was implemented back in June, and it didn't impact anything. Like...
Yeah, so it appeared in the customs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take this. It appeared in the customs, but it didn't get pushed to live. So not customs, but it appeared in, like, you know, like the editor or whatever. And then it got pushed to customs. But you guys continue talking about this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a super, super weird situation that happened, obviously. We were talking about it, and I remember being like, well, honestly, like 10 range Colossus, that sounds like it could solve some of the problems. And apparently the intern was paying a little bit too much attention to me specifically, because he was like, all right, that's all I need to hear. Button press. Boom, go.
Yeah, someone was trying to tell me that all of the changes made to the StarCraft code base these days are not made internal to StarCraft, or not made internal to Blizzard. Like, they're all pull requests that are slotted in from, like, independent, like Ali or something, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think they're confusing that and the fact that the balance mod was done by Scarlet and they kind of slotted in, but that's a little different. But yeah, like, does it solve the 6-minute window? No. Right, you still have to defend against that, just as you did. In the shield battery nerf kind of hurts there. But it solves round 2 of all these Terran pushes that Protoss just can't survive. It doesn't solve them. Sorry, makes it easier. You still have to commit to it. Like, it kind of hits the timing window where Protoss felt most vulnerable. And really only that timing window, because, you know, you get later, Vikings are on the field, dude. So
yeah, Vikings still counter Colossus very effectively, especially with the damage point change.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I think as far as balance is concerned, it might have just, like, fixed things. Also, something that I don't think people realize, because I didn't realize it, talking about the actual mechanics of, like, how the change works, it actually makes it so that you can do some weird fancy micro with Colossus versus ranged lurkers, where you can actually dance in and out of range and cancel the lurker spine shots.
Huh. That's cool. Like, what is ranged lurker range? Is that 11 range? 10?
It's 10.
Is it 10? Okay.
It's 10, so it's equivalent range. So if you have vision, you can pop in with the Colossus, fire your laser shots, and then walk back away. And if the lurker spine doesn't fully hit its apex, it'll just cancel. It just won't hit. So you can actually now, like, kite, quote unquote, kite the lurker shots. I don't know how I guess you dodge the lurker shots, but you're really canceling them. But, like, yeah, you can actually micro against lurkers, ranged lurkers now with Colossus. So it's a really funny thing that was definitely not intended, but would actually make it so that lurkers aren't so oppressive in ZVP.
I mean, realistically, though, the reason you don't go Colossus in ZVP is it's such a thin window before Vipers are out that, you know, I even if you can, and on top of that, Colossus don't do bonus damage to armored. They do bonus damage to light. Lurkers are armored units, or they're certainly not light units. Are they just, do they have attack? Anyway, regardless, they're not light units, so you don't do a ton of damage. And, like, all that being said, it's like, I mean, it doesn't, I don't really think, I haven't, of all the games I've seen, and I've, you know, seen some PVZs since the change, I don't think it impacts it at all. Even if you can dodge lurker shots, if you have ranged lurkers, you're gonna have Vipers.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
And it also makes it easier to feedback while the Colossus are still shooting.
That's true. I think what it'll probably do is just help bridge the gap of the Protoss moving away from whatever ground army they made into their air army anyway. Which might be that actually might also be very important, because I feel like that is that's the shared issue somewhat between PvZ and TvP. PvZ I don't think is having a critical issue as far as like the amount that they can win or the funness of the games, but I do think that whole like lurker transition that kind of just puts a stop to all ground-based Protoss shenanigans is still rather cruel. It's a bit too brutal.
Yeah.
And helping that transition might be nice. And as Bamov was saying, helping the transition of the like the third base defense into a decent, fair macro game in TvP is also one of the weaker chains that might have been fixed by the 10 range Colossus. I still don't really like that it feels like every other style of TvP or PvT play has really been pushed to the side. We have really gotten a lot more Protosses who are just doing, I call them boring openers, because that's my feeling, but like 2-base Colossus, like Phoenix Colossus most likely, but still. Or 4-gate if you're max packs all the time. I mean, max packs being the unique one.
But realistically, that's almost an impact of the Raven buff more than the Colossus getting. I mean, the Colossus getting buff maybe put it over the edge, but...
Oh, I don't think the Colossus buff had anything to do with what I just talked about.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying now that they are doing all these Colossus openers, it's nice that the Colossus is better.
Yeah,
but
okay,
they've been forced since the last 6 months, and most likely the patch being more and more settled to do such things. Basically, mass gateway style seems to be obsolete, but I have been seeing people try to bring it back, so I'm happy about that. But I felt like for a month, all my casts were like, maybe we'll get a Twilight. Nope, it's a Robo. Maybe we'll get a Twilight. Oh, it's a Stargate. It's like, God damn it.
I'm sad we haven't seen Phoenix Charge Lot. Like hard.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. I saw it once.
Phoenix Charge Lot is fun.
I saw it once in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I've seen it. I think I've seen it twice. And like I cover just about every thing that's not like a major tournament. So like if I didn't see it, chances are it like almost wasn't played except in the big tournaments. Like, yeah, it's not happening often.
I feel like we saw. Am I crazy? I feel like we saw that a lot, like right around Katowice time.
Katowice is like 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
Oh yeah, I'm just like in my head within like the last 6 months. I feel like it was meta for a little bit. But I could just be, misremembering things and kind of go. But I agree. Like I really do appreciate and one of the things that always we look at here is, are you playing styles that gives you agency on the map? Are you playing things that allow you to interact with your opponent? And yeah, I mean, 2-base Phoenix Colossus, I mean, I guess you do interact because the Terran's going to hit you at 730 with stim +1 combat shields.
Yeah.
But matchups aren't fun when it's only one side that has the ability to do something. So,
It feels bleh.
So talking about that then, is we like, okay, the 10 range Colossus seems really nice to kind of buffer that transition into like 4 bases. What would we need to see then to kind of equalize I'm putting too of an academic mind on it, but like to equalize the agency, equalize Terrans and the Protoss, the ability to kind of interact with the map before before you kind of hit this 170 supply death ball. Do Zealots need to be better? Do we just need to unnerf the Raven or unbuff the Raven? Is that do we put Raven back to 200 gas? And is that the change? Like, what do we need to do to make it so that Protoss can get it, like, unless they're 4-gating or something, but to give them that ability to not just kind of get stuck on 2-base Colossus?
A lot of people are saying maps.
That's fair.
Maps will have to change first and then get settled to determine if Protoss really is having a tough time, which... I mean, the unfortunate truth is that we do have to hope that some brute war kind of aspect comes in here, which is that people figure it out and maps figure it out. Because even if you could come up with a perfect solution, you're like, I have done all the math. I am freaking StarCraft 2 Einstein. And if you buff the Zealot +5, it will fix everything. Blizzard will be like, what? You're supposed to do something?
I
Get
need
out
to
of
change
my
the number
office.
in the back end. I can only do that for Colossus, and it's going to be 3 months. We're going to be a 3-month gap between its implementation.
Exactly. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a perfect answer. But then on top of that, the only answer we can even give is just, well, the maps have to change.
Yeah.
Is the most likely thing to happen, and even that's like not seemingly that likely.
That and yeah, I understand why we have the same maps on ladder that we do for tournaments, right? It makes sense. We want players to be able to practice, like what they're practicing on, and ladder is what they primarily practice on. You want them to be able to practice on that and play on the same maps. But I mean, because like when I was helping get things for like King of Battles organized and AfreecaTV Champions Cup, the first one, I was actively trying to say, hey, can we have different maps? And ESL shut us down because it was an EPT tournament. They said, no, you can't do that because this is the ESL rulebook. And the fact that we're at this point when, like, we're not even sure whether this bug is going to get fixed or approved one way or the other. I mean, right now we're in limbo, which is rough.
Yeah.
With no support here, I mean, are we ever going to get another map pool on ladder? I would love to say yes, especially with Microsoft getting the purchase likely going to happen, but with any alacrity?
Yeah, I think what will happen, but right, we just don't know. We basically are like, just make do with what you have, which is why I actually find the whole like competitive integrity phrase kind of an interesting one, because I don't disagree. I mean, this is wrong, this is incorrect, but I see some people starting to like ring the bell of doom, where they're like, well, now that we've had the competitive integrity broken, StarCraft 2 is basically broken. And those are, unique individuals. But I would have been much more worried if this had no build-up is giving it too much credit. Because the build-up was that someone found it in the editor, and that was also a bug. So it's like the bug, preview actually helped. And so people, I feel like, were already like, okay, this is a actual thing. Which again, if the range was 20, if it was missile turrets with 50 range, if it was queens costing 100 minerals, like, I understand I'm like, I don't know. I may be giving nothing in this world too much credit, because what am I really giving credit to? But I guess the universe, like, thank you for giving us something that actually makes sense. And the likelihood of something that doesn't make sense at all coming into play is still very unlikely. Like unless the same person finds in the editor suddenly there's like 20 different changes and they're like, oh my God, that could go into the live at any moment, then I'm not really all that concerned. Maybe this is a bit of a too cavalier attitude for someone who's going to cast these big events, but I'm also very much on the whole, like, we kind of have to deal with these things.
Like the big issue is that the big issue would be if the change was implemented and discovered like halfway through a tournament,
Yeah, that too.
So the prep's not
that
there.
would have been worse. Yeah.
And I guess the argument is like, we don't know if that's going to happen, right? I mean, the fact that this precedent has been set, is there, but that that hasn't happened. And I almost wonder whether this was just a change that was tested in the balanced S mod and they decided not to go with it, because it's too weird. Like, it's too small to not be like, it doesn't strike me as something that would be just as part of something else and gets folded in, right? It's like, +1 range. This is a reasonable change. This is absolutely something that makes sense, given the state of the game going into it, all those things. So it almost feels like something that was just left over, and then I don't know.
There was some discussion back when it was first found in the editor, before it was like live and impacting tournaments, which was that people were guessing if it was a accidental copy from the co-op. So that would be concerning if that was then going to continue to happen. Like, there's a leak in the programming, and suddenly co-op starts to be, what the main engine, and programmer terms, starts to copy from all the time. Then that would be pretty bad. But it really seems like this is a unique scenario. And until it happens a second time, I'm going to call it an anomaly and not a concern for the thing that it is, but not a concern as for like, well, this is the snowball. This is the slippery slope. This is when everything goes to shit. I'm not quite ready to be so paranoid yet.
Yeah, and of course, Microsoft Payout should be in. They gotta stay, so it's like September now. October is the deadline. Like with the FTC filings. So hopefully we get more than an eighth of an intern working on it, and then these things get changed. Because the real issue is not that it exists or not. The issue is that there's been no communication on why it's there or what's happening. And if like there's a chance it gets reverted, and suddenly you have 9-range Colossus halfway through Gamers8, and it's just like, well, okay,
true,
have fun.
Yeah,
that's the worry.
Yeah,
that would be really bad if that happened in it literally happens in the middle of a series, like the servers just go down for 15 minutes and they come back up and Heroes up like 3-1 over Maru in the grand finals, and they're like, we got some Maru fans at Blizzard, they wanted him to win this tournament.
The intern is actually still on the Protoss. No, the intern is liking the Protoss. That's what it is, actually. The intern's a Protoss player. They slipped that right in, man. Let's hope that he doesn't get replaced by a Terran.
Now, no, if the intern was a Protoss player, they would slip Shadow Fury, the ability the Dark Templar has from the campaign. Yeah, or in co-op, yeah. Where it like blinks around and
Yeah. That's
like Omni slashes, like oh my god. That would be, can you imagine that made it into the live game?
The editor is trying to be sneaky. The editor is trying to be sneaky. They're like, no one will notice. Who builds Colossus? Well, of course, everyone's building Colossus now.
Unironically, though, Steadfast, the concept of probably a for fun tournament, obviously with no EPT points, but a tournament that goes and implements the effectively implements the different co-op commanders, but you're actually just playing 1v1.
That is a mod. That is an arcade game, and it is.
Is that an arcade game?
It's terrifying, yeah.
It probably need to be balanced very differently, but that'd be fun, let me play Dahaka.
It would be impossible to balance. There's no change to the numbers that you could make that would make it like fair. But it would be interesting to see like if a tournament was played on that, like how, like what co-op commander would be the most overpowered, like, and I'm sure it would be something lame, like something that can win in the first minute and a half, but that'd be.
Yeah, like my heart says, oh, clearly it's what is it, Artanis, I think, that has just an orbital strike, just this massive space laser.
Yeah.
Like my heart
actually
says that.
that probably would be pretty darn good.
In fairness, I don't play a lot of co-op though, so I don't know when that gets unlocked or what the timings are. But just space lasers,
Yeah, there's a campaign mod as well as a co-op one, I believe.
Oh, cool.
Plus, they had the co-op commanders face each other in April Fools, and that was actually fun. I mean, it was super broken, but that makes it fun. Should have kept it. Anyway, so yeah, generally TVP, the Colossus bug is a bug, but it's going to impact tournaments for the foreseeable future. And in general, it sounds kind of like we're all in agreement that Protoss needs something. So I didn't really want to talk about like the balance or anything like that, but I do think that Protoss are struggling right now. If it's a matter of maps or meta changes or an actual straight up nerf, we're gonna have to wait and see. So poor Protosses.
Max Packs beat Maru online 4 times in a row. Clearly it's okay.
Max Packs could be the savior of Protoss if you just show his face.
You know what? Here's the solution to ZombieGrub. They're like what like Disguised Toast used to do, or what I think there's a Minecraft YouTuber called Dream. But anyway, famous for like having the mask.
Okay.
Until they had the face reveal, whatever. But like for a while, famous for no one knowing who they are. They play behind a mask. We just need to get Max Packs like they generally use the Adept. Zendaya? No, that's whatever it is. The Adept, right, from the Legacy of the Void campaign.
We'll strap Zendaya to Max Pax's face and he can just wear her around.
Zendaya mask, and there we go.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Solves all problems.
Just strap the Zendaya right to young Max Pax's face. And then the next tournament we have Tom Holland is strapped to Harstom's face, just riding him around.
No one can tell the difference.
Yeah. Tom Holland and Harstom?
Literally the same person.
Well, all right. So we detoured a little bit to the balance discussion. Protoss is going to have a tough time I think, in the upcoming tournaments. But, you know, as long as MaxPax isn't around. But we'll get into that a little bit later, as we will be previewing the upcoming tournaments at the more the tail end of the stream. Next, I want to get into some of the hot topics of the esports world and Blizzard world, I suppose. Because we do have some Overwatch news. As I said, we just talk about other things because they're fun to talk about. Of course, not for the people who are potentially losing their jobs, which I realize is a very serious thing. And I feel very sad seeing all of the tweets about people losing their jobs. Like Esports Engine has let people go, and Blizzard let people go. And it definitely sucks. So I do want to preface with that. But then I would like to go ahead and be permitted to just basically say, like, told you so. Like, the amounts of, what's the word? Schadenfreude, whatever.
Schadenfreude.
There you go.
Schadenfreude?
It just makes so much, like, I feel like so many people were saying that this is going to really hurt. And then there were the people who were like, stop it. It's crazy. This is 2015. And then around 2017 or 2018, we started getting murmurings about how much they are still not successful. And then the people who are like, this isn't going to work, and we're like, this really isn't going to work. You are now potentially even hurting the rest of the esports scene if this ends up failing. And people were like, oh, calm down. It's not a big deal. And in the context of, you know, the game and the league, that it has existed for many years. Like, this would actually not usually be that much of a failure, I would say, right? Like, people say StarCraft 2 is dead, but then there's 13 years of it still going along, and we don't get the respect we deserve. Overwatch League has been going on for a while. That's fantastic, but I feel like it is one of the biggest sunk cost fallacy examples, where it's not going along because there is some promise. It's going along because what else do you do? Well, apparently they've reached the point of like, well, we really don't have anything else to do. So, and sorry, I'll let you guys talk about it in a second. The news is that Overwatch League, the actual like director or whoever, has offered a chance for all of the Overwatch League teams to leave. So if you guys don't know, Overwatch League was created. They had people buy in. They gave them like millions of dollars, and then that helped support the tournament, and they were promised they'd get their return eventually because esports is supposed to be the next big thing. This was back in 2016 or something is when they started just literally promoting the Overwatch League as the next NFL. They literally said that. And we are also awaiting those documents to be officially public to even laugh further at the appeals made from the Overwatch League people. It's insane. It was completely insane. And so those teams have started to get really angry, especially in the last 2 years. Now, COVID hurt some of the ideas they had, but basically a lot of people agree that even if COVID didn't happen and the teams were allowed to do homesteads, it still would not have worked because the amount of travel that they had to do a global tournament was fucking insane. But anyway, they don't even get that anymore. They don't even get this idea of like, well, maybe we'll make our return on merchandise sales and ticket sales and shit like that. They don't even get that. So then you have the murmurings that we have discussed on this show. So to recap the ones that I can remember at the very least, you got the team organizers refusing to advertise their like Pro-Am tournament, I believe it was. And then you have Chengdu Hunters, one of the Overwatch teams, not showing up. They literally just did not show up for the start of the season. And when we were like, well, what's happening? They're like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. And then finally, we have the most recent announcement, but I say Behemoth. Do you have another point that I forgot? You're just counting? Okay. So then finally, you have the most recent announcement, which is that they've actually officially stated that they are going to let the Overwatch League teams leave the league and give them $7 million, I believe. As a $6 million as like a sorry, we fucked up.
And you're forgetting, by the way, the fact that was it the Toronto Valiant or what? Toronto Defiant, whatever.
Toronto Defiant, yeah.
Toronto, the series of teams earlier this year, led by Toronto, sued the OWL for relief on their stuff
That's
because
true.
they weren't getting enough money back.
Yeah.
And you know what's hilarious?
What?
No one put a bid in for the Overwatch World Championship. Guess who's hosting it? Toronto.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
The team that led the lawsuit was the only one to put a bid in for the World Championship, and they fucking got it because no one else is doing it.
You know, we do have to be fair to Overwatch League for a second, because
No, we don't.
No, okay, let me finish. They made very dumb decisions, but they were exceeding their like for the first 2 years when they were still on Twitch, they had their projections and they were exceeding them season over season, year over year, and then they fucking torpedoed it in the ground. And was it a good idea at the start? Probably not. Homestead's all dumb, not great. I mean, I've talked in the past about how I really appreciate the way it is that what's it, the French team,
Paris.
No, like the French, they have a league team playing in like tier 2, not LEC, led by a bunch of like French influencers.
Yeah, I think I know what
What's
you're
I think we
talking
talked about it last time.
Yeah. Anyways, they have a big Rocket League team too, actually. But anyway, they went and they did homestands by having their team at home and the other team wherever it is, and you put your team on stage and you have a stadium, and that's fantastic. That makes so much sense. But no, we gotta fly people from Chengdu to London for one match, and then they're gonna fly home and they're gonna fly to LA the next week.
Yeah, that. Go ahead.
One other thing here before I yield the floor again, because I'm annoyed about this. $6 million times how many teams? Do you want to know how many years of StarCraft Esports that would support?
yeah.
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
We'd be good till
We were $2 million last year, I think it was.
2100. We could last out the century.
One
that's
team
funny.
buyout is, I think, about 3 years worth of like StarCraft Esports at the level we had last year.
That is
Right?
funny.
Because
I'm actually gonna write down this on the thing. So first, Overwatch League was advertised to sponsors as potential. Well, not even sponsors actually, to potential sponsors plus team owners as the next NFL. I believe it's actually a quote.
the Robert Kraft and why am I blanking and Bobby Kotick interview on what was it, like CNBC or something? MSNBC, whatever. Yeah, there's the shot of Robert Kraft, owner of the New York, or not the New York Patriots, the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is gonna be it, and then yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Robert Kraft ecosystem, esports ecosystem that they own, because I want to say, no, sorry, that's Madison Square Garden. Never mind. Madison Square Garden owned CLG, and they got rid of them. So never mind. Not Robert Kraft divesting himself.
Then the scandal, Blizzard scandals happen,
Oh yeah.
and Overwatch League loses most of its sponsors. Some did end up returning.
But very few.
Yeah, and then what happened after Overwatch League? The Toronto thing. Was that what happened next?
Lawsuit.
Toronto
Yeah.
lawsuit.
I don't know how many teams were involved in it, but it was.
Overwatch League.
I want to say it was like 6
Not
at least.
Making money. Broken promises. What is that? Oh, yield broken promises. And then it was the shit. What happened? 7, 8. Because the final thing is this Overwatch League allows teams to leave with a $6 million payout. Oh, Chengdu Hunt. I'm going in reverse for some reason this works for me. Chengdu Hunters literally do not respond.
Over
to,
half of the franchise OWL
show
teams
up.
were in that lawsuit.
Yeah, they don't respond, and do not. Over half Overwatch teams involved. There we go. Involved. There we go. That's how you spell that. They do not respond and do not show up for start Overwatch League and are now non-existent. And then before that, what was it? God, the amount of stupid shit that happens with this is insane. Good
And
lord.
this is just like the giant shit. Like this is like.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely missing one here, but this is.
Yeah. And of course, well, there's I guess the final one, which is Blizzard is the absolute worst at communicating anything ever. And this is the third esport that they have pulled the rug out from under. I mean, maybe OWL is not totally rug pulled, like the rug's halfway out, it's hanging out, and it's tattered and frayed, but they did it to Heart of the Here's the Storm back in, what was that, 2015, 2016?
It was later than that, I think.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway,
I think so.
they did it to StarCraft just last year, where they said, "Oh, we have this deal." Psych. And now we have OWL. Who knows what's gonna happen? Maybe, maybe not. But they're really good at just saying one thing and doing another.
At this point, the rug has been pulled. But it's the cartoon thing, where like they're currently hovering over the cliff, and it's Wile E. Coyote, and he's got the sign, and it's like, yikes, and it's just before like the gravity kicks in, like he's about to plummet to the earth. But right now the rug is currently no longer underneath Wile E. Coyote. Like the cliff has snapped off. He's just like, he's got the sign in his hand. Yeah.
Oh my God! Blizzard pulled out of China.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Holy shit! Forgot about that. Good
Lord. We've just been inundated with so much shit Blizzard news.
Jesus Christ!
It's like, will they do anything right ever? Well.
And obviously that's a little more complicated and isn't just directly towards Overwatch League, but then clearly they also, what's really awkward about that is that they had the Overwatch League teams that were based in China. So I think that's why it's especially awkward for them. But then in total, it's obviously bad for any gaming market to lose out on China. So that's not helping anyone from Blizzard or any video game if they do that.
I love how quickly because obviously China is known for kind of counterfeiting or, copying software things, but I love how quick there was a WoW clone, like almost a 1-to-1 WoW clone available in the Chinese market after the deal with NetEase fell through. It was like 2 weeks later, I was seeing screenshots about, it's WoW, but Chinese, and like I understand that they're very good at copying game ideas, or just pieces of software, whatever in general. But that's, for how big WoW is, that's kind of an impressive turnaround.
That is, yeah.
I mean, more power to it. Like, obviously, doing all that is not great, but so.
I know I'm missing something that we brought up literally here, but this is just a whole shit sandwich right now. This little word pad I got up here.
If you want that up there is a typo on the first line where owners, the S is in the wrong spot.
So that's just the technical term for owners with more money than sense. Owners.
Yeah. So,
where is that even?
First line.
Gotcha. Thanks. Oh, I'm back being enjoyed. Okay. At least I know how to fix it now. 1 second.
Yeah. I don't even know, man. Like, how are you this bad at anything? Like, how can anyone be this bad at anything?
More money. Well, I mean, a lot of it was a grift. I think looking back on that, we can say that with utter certainty. I mean, yes, Overwatch League, they kind of surpassed their viewer numbers for like the first year or two. But in general, I mean, what was the company? There was a company that was providing a lot of these kind of projections, not just in viewership numbers, but in terms of like overall value, overall income, all things like that. And they went under, or they closed down. It's a business stats company, and they shut down their esports analytics department like early this year, I think it was. And they were the company that went and gave that provided all the numbers for that famous, I think it was a Forbes article that said, "Look, here's esports projections. It's going to the moon. It's doing better than GameStop will." And it didn't, obviously, and it's been much maligned. But it was a lot of these people that were saying these things to directly benefit from these kind of overvaluations at the time, and now there are a shit ton of bag holders that bought into it because they thought esports was maybe 20, 30 years more developed than it actually is. And am I saying that esports can't be massive? No, absolutely not. I mean, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy it and I didn't think it had promise. But I mean, oh man, it was some people, and you look at the Adam Apicella tweets when he kind of is like, okay, looking back at behind the scenes here, the people I worked with, how are you going to succeed when a large number of people that are working in esports, working on these projects, working on these IPs, actively hate what they're doing, actively hate like the concept of video games and esports and things like that? You're not going to succeed. Like, there's no way. You're just going to take the money and run.
Well, okay, so here's what happened is they looked at Nintendo and they were like, those guys know what it means to hate their fucking customers. We can do this bigger and better than they ever did. Boy, howdy, were they wrong.
Well, what's most sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what's most bizarre out of this news is not that it eventually is happening, but that they're not just saying, sorry, we fucked up, we're not getting you guys any money, like you're not getting any money from this broken promises, is that they're saying, you guys can leave and we'll give you $6 million. Like, I actually don't understand business, blanket statement, but I'm glad to see other people were a little confused by this. How, like, why would they do that out of the kindness of their hearts? Because was there a contract that said that this would happen? I'm guessing not. This seems like very much like news to everyone. Like, oh shit, thanks, man.
I bet that, here's what I bet. I bet they did something rather shady behind the scenes that meant that they are kind of not, that meant they're doing more than not fulfilling their kind of obligations. And this is protecting them from potential other lawsuit. Because
possibly.
You don't mess with rich men and their money. Like a large number of the investors here are, high millions to billionaires. They have the money, even for a company like Blizzard, they have the money to go and really screw things up if there was any bit of impropriety. So look, we'll give you $6 million, get out of our hair. If you don't want to, okay, fine. We'll release you from your contract. And here you go. Like, whatever. That's going to be, obviously I don't know behind the scenes what's happening here, but it does feel like a little bit of hush money.
That's exactly what it is too. Like, and it's the thing is, it's not even close to recouping the investments that people put in, but it's enough that you can cite it for when they're like, oh, well, we closed down the league. Like, this is the equivalent of a business closing up and having to offer severance, is how I see this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then when people are like, well, what the fuck? Like, I put in $75 million. Like, you need to give me $75 million. And they're like, no, we offered you this. That's your fault for not taking it. And it's like, will that stand up in court? I doubt it. But is that what it seems like they're trying to do? It sure does.
I found an article when I was trying to track down the whole, like, how many teams were in the Toronto lawsuit, and saying something to the effect of, because Blizzard paused their franchise payments, Blizzard was in the hole about $420 million in terms of just missing payments coming in from the teams, the franchise payments. So what's another? How many Overwatch teams are there? How many OWL teams?
114 divided by 6 million.
Oh no. So this was an article last year.
That is 29.
This was not the 6 million. This was not the 6 million times
19. Damn it! I was so close.
Oh,
I had the 9 and I didn't. Yeah.
I'm gonna Google it because I'm not sure how many large teams are there.
No. There's 19.
19. It was 19. Yeah.
I was so confident.
Yeah, you were. You were.
Yeah.
I respect the confidence.
Hey. 19 teams. COVID-19 screwed over OWL.
Whoa! What
and
conspiracy?
other
Who's in charge of this? That's always the thing I love asking the most absurd conspiracy theorists. Is like, who is in charge of making you believe that the Earth is round? What benefit is there? And the answer is like the man.
There is an answer that it always goes back to, but we probably shouldn't discuss it on this podcast because it's just inherently,
Oh my god, I know what you're saying. Oh my god.
Yeah. That can be taken out of context otherwise, so we're fine there. Moving on. The other crazy thing, right? I don't know. Do we want to shit on OWL more? Do we want to talk about how ESL? Okay, well then, I won't make the transition then. Okay. Shit onto OWL some more.
Yeah, just to because I think this has really, like, it does have the implications that people were saying 7 years ago, and people were like, don't be crazy. Like, even if this fails, this is too much of the thing, but this is the thing that will eventually happen, is what people at least gave credit to it for, right? They're like, this is way too much, but this is the way the esports is going. This is the trajectory that we're on. We're eventually going to be that big. So there was a lot of like, this is too much, but I guess it's fine. And then there was, the saltier people, I suppose, especially people who were in Blizzard games like StarCraft 2 and Here's the Storm, who were like, no, this is fucked up. Like, I can't believe you did this to us, and then you're doing this instead. This is the worst idea ever, and especially with your track record of fucking everyone over. Blizzard literally has a track record of having the most established esports games and then just treating them like crap and doing poor things with them. Why would this ever work? And then, you know, people were like, well, you're just salty because they brushed you aside. You know, like, you know, get over it.
Yes, I am.
I'm just like, yeah, I'm salty, but I'm also right.
Listen to me. I'm not crazy here. They're the crazy one. And they're like, yeah, crazy X. What a weird bitch. And you're like, no, I'm telling you, he burned the house down while we were inside. He locked the doors. He put couches in front of every entrance. And they're like, wow, crazy much? And you're like, I have the police report right here. And they're just like, wow, what a pathetic X. Am I right, fellas? And you're like, God damn it. Fucking
this is exactly
listen.
Like, you know, it's like when in Parks and Rec, he's like, yeah, she was crazy. It's like, I don't know if she actually was, but that's just what everyone says if they break up with someone. And it's like, that is actually something that people say when the bitch is not actually all that crazy. But this is actually crazy. Yeah, this is it just was so absurd. But then, like I was saying, to bring it to the current stage, you know, and less I told you so's, but more like, okay, it's actually happening. It is happening alongside a lot of other unfortunate things, you know, like the tech bubble bursting, obviously cryptocurrency coming in and immediately coming out, and generally the world being in shambles, so on and so forth. There are tons of terrible things happening that are causing people to withdraw all of their oodles of cash that they were just like, you know, doing this with. But Overwatch League and its failures are going to directly impact esports for a while. I truly do believe that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if anyone out there is going to come in and be like, actually, you're still being too dramatic. But I actually absolutely believe that. I think it was way too much, way too soon. And we hadn't even figured out the feasibility of a larger esport. You know what I mean? Like, no one had even tried to begin to fix the problem of this idea of a global sport. All right. So when Overwatch League was approached with the idea of doing a global sport and then saying, well, you want to do it offline everywhere in the world? They're like, yeah, we'll just make teams fly to 16 different countries in the span of 2 weeks. It's fine.
And that doesn't even make sense for like a traditional sport. Like,
no, it doesn't.
No, they literally don't do that in sports.
So
you travel nationally, you know, but
it's even worse than just like the fact that they put billions certainly, but I'm sure like if you had collected all of the costs of everything they've ever did, but of so much money into this, but then you add on all of the actual like logistical problems that no one had even approached beginning to try and fix. It's just absurd. And now it's not, well, we're really gonna have to take a long time to figure this out. It's not gonna work. Someone tried, which is just devastating.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking awful.
And it's like such a disingenuous attempt too. That's the problem, is that this so much of what Overwatch League wanted to do, or what people thought they wanted to do, because I think once again we agree it was a grift, could have worked. Much of it could have worked if it was done genuinely and if it was done thoughtfully. Because you don't have to have a fucking global event where every team travels to a different continent, like, you know, 17 times a year. You don't have to do that. You can still have a global event where you have an American region, a North American region, a European region, an Asian region. That can work. That can be fine. But even then, like, you have to just approach things thoughtfully. And like the amount of thoughtlessness that went through is genuinely staggering. Like, it actually hurts my head to think about how little they thought about this with how much money was put in. Like, it honestly just feels like they threw darts at a fucking dartboard, or they had U-thermals like, we're going to spin the wheel of builds and see what comes up. Oh, we're doing the Penguin Brothers. Looks like we're investing $200 million into a failed esport.
And like, I understand that, you know, look, any sort of interface, any sort of watchability becomes better. Like, look at StarCraft at launch back in 2010 versus watching StarCraft now. You know, it's so much better. But, you know, they launch Overwatch. And even by the time they get to OWL, I mean, that's just not a watchable game. You know, like,
No.
Counter-Strike, it is through first person, a lot of it, but it's understandable. You have rounds and you click heads and whatever, and okay, there's not a lot going on. How the hell do you watch what's happening in Overwatch? But just the visual indicators aren't great, and so
No,
like
it's
they hitch their horses to a game that you can't watch, just turn on and understand.
it was another thing that was untested. No one had begin to test the watchability of arena shooters, basically. And I know that they have, but I mean in the context of like a mainstream esport. All right. So there was all these arena esports from the early days, which many people loved, but were definitely from the pre-Twitch era. Mostly, they did not make waves upon the arrival of Twitch and the arrival of esports as we know it in the modern era. They were old. The direct comparison is TF2, which a lot of the Overwatch guys even came from, and people love it. I know there's a lot of people whose hearts are in it. It's fine, but it had no proof to be a widely watchable esport. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be. Again, it doesn't mean it couldn't be, but it meant that we had to go along and watch it, as it got up to being proven to be a watchable esport. All right, because to just be like, okay, well, no one's really watching this. This is not a very popular esport. To this is the thing that's going to change the world was, again, way too much of a leap. It was just stupid, basically. It was just stupid because it's also clear from the way that Blizzard has been reported on or people have talked or what have you, is that Overwatch was supposed to be first and foremost a video game, which is good. That's a good thing.
Wait. ZombieGrub, you're telling me that for an esport to be successful and people to watch it, they have to enjoy the game first, so they want to see more of it.
Yes, but then you have that as a spectating experience, right? So, everyone says that we should start with a good video game to make an esport, and I don't necessarily disagree, but then people do forget that StarCraft 2 had esports in mind, actually, when it was created. So I think if you're literally going to be very clearly hitching your esports journey to this horse, you would think of esports when you're designing it, and then maybe say like, wow, this actually isn't going to work out. So it seems very clear that there was like video game first, and it would have been an excellent arena shooter that's very fun. I think it's actually a fine game. But is it watchable? And no one was like, It took them years before they even color coded the fucking teams in the game, which helped a modest amount. But wasn't there for the first competitive tournaments. Not there for like 2 or 3 years, actually. So it again, it's not only ruined the perception of esports for everyone who loves arena shooters, it kind of ruined it for you too. All right, just to like suck you into this little like hellhole, this like just everyone's sad and depressed and we're all crying. Just come here. Just join us. Arena shooters. You guys are also now going to be scoffed at the next time someone makes a promising arena shooter and says we could make this an esport. Then you'd be like, "Pacha! Overwatch League was completely unwatchable." Which is only slightly dramatic.
But it didn't have to be. And they're like, "Shut up, peasant. You're the X now. Now you're the crazy one."
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I'm being very dramatic. There's a lot of comedy coming in here, but it does suck. It does.
And you would have thought that Blizzard would have learned from the issues or that the damage closing a scene down into a single league does to a scene. WCS. And then they do it again. They're like, no, this time we'll do it better. This time
we won't let anything come up around it.
This time we're going to
make sure to trim
$20
all
million.
the grassroots out. So that the lawn it doesn't have any grassroots in there. We can put whatever we want in the lawn. And then they're like, by the way, we're repossessing your gold statue. And you're like, but wait, what am I going to put in my lawn now? There's no grassroots.
There's an actual, I'm sure there's like a landscaping analogy that's absolutely perfect for this. And like how people, you know what it is? It's people fucking putting in like lawn grass in Arizona. Instead of like, what is it called? Like xeriscaping or whatever.
Yeah.
And then
where
like
it literally
the
can't
climate
grow.
gets worse and the things get hotter and water's becoming more scarce. And they're like, but my grass.
Fun story, by the way. Phoenix is, people used to move to Phoenix because it was very low humidity and was good for allergies. Phoenix rocks like a constant 20ish, 25% humidity now because they put in so many golf courses.
Oh
And
my
like that
God.
doesn't sound that high in comparison to like the rest of the country, but that's about 10% higher than what it was 20, 30 years ago. Like as someone who lived there, I'm not kidding. Like they put in enough water features and things for golf courses and the like that the ambient humidity of Phoenix is much higher than it used to be. Yeah. Overwatch League did that.
Yeah. It's so absurd. That was the Overwatch League repercussions. I mean, again, this is also happening during one of the worst times in general for a lot of like startups, if you will, or just kind of anything in life.
I'm just gonna say just in life.
Yeah, just in life. It's
just
all good.
the world.
It's all that.
You don't even need to qualify it. It's just been a fucking time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, look, could be worse. Could be the Black Death.
Yeah. You know.
Although, you know what? No, that's not even fair because for the people that survived, you know, like the 100 years after the Black Death was like an advent of a middle class in the Middle Ages, and everything got better, and the power of royalty decreased, and instead we have the opposite.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
So wait. Being from StarCraft and being a legacy game, then are we the survivors of the Black Death? Are we gonna be in there? You know? Is that it? Are we the ones who get to live off the fat of Europe while everyone else is just dead?
I mean, that's the only viable competitive region anymore. So,
all right, this actually
that's a stretch.
This is a great kind of it's not a great it's not a segue, but it moves on to a slightly different topic, which is the aftermath. That is actually a beautiful segue into the Overwatch League. Let's call it quote unquote death. I'm really sticking it to everyone who followed Overwatch League because StarCraft 2 died, by the way. This is for all you guys. Overwatch League the death aftermath. So and Colossus came in here and talked about how there was a ton of third parties willing to run Overwatch tournaments for Overwatch League, and there were some happening, right? Like Apex is a very popular one, and then there was like actually fairly sizable online tournaments that were happening. It was a relatively healthy scene. It wasn't even particularly small, I would say. It was like 20,000 viewers, pretty average once like the initial hype died down, and then steady rising as they again figured out like spectating tools and how to cast the damn thing. So it was good. But Overwatch League was known to be happening basically at the time they announced Overwatch. Like, I'm sure it was probably like 6 months difference, something like that. But in the looking back 8 years or whatever, I remember Rifkin and I for BaseTradeTV were so eager to get our hands on keys because we were going to get into the esport. And the person that we had contact with, who was an old StarCraft 2 employee, who was once again super, super awesome, and then another esports stole it from us. She said, basically, like, you can have the keys, but you know, I wouldn't get too invested into this. Like, it's actually something that she told us kind of on the down low. And for initially, we didn't think much of it, but then very quickly after that, there was the rumors of Overwatch League. So this happened super, super quickly. So I'm sure a lot of the other tournaments were also hearing these rumors. A lot of the teams that initially popped up were hearing these rumors. I remember Envy being one of the biggest like controversies, was that they were like, we're not gonna be able to buy into this thing that apparently is being rumored. There's no way. And they didn't. But now Overwatch League as the concept, as the multi-team franchise tournament thing, might be gone. It's not confirmed yet, but it seems very likely, considering the rest of the things we brought up, that the teams are not happy and they will definitely take the $6 million buyout. It's kind of what people are assuming. The Overwatch League director, who in like the same statement I want to say, said, we are committed to Overwatch esports. And I don't disbelieve him, actually. I think that they are going to still try and make it esports. But the question from a lot of people was, what does that mean? So as far as the aftermath of Overwatch League, where do we settle? Where does Overwatch settle? And where does esports settle? Now that the bubble has, I guess, officially burst with this particular bubble now dying. And the answer is I don't really know, but it does feel like, since they already screwed over so many people back in 2016, that those people will not be willing to come back. So as cool as Apex was, and as much as it was an actual like really cool movement in Korea, Like they fucking loved it, man. I personally, I don't believe like Korea would actually be interested again. What do you guys think?
I think it's interesting actually as we talk about this. There have been a couple big esports that have all franchised. They've all gone through that process, and I think in general, kind of the wins are going up against franchising, right? You know, like obviously Overwatch League, we talked about it. LCS is dying, which is the North American League of Legends big tournament. So I don't know that you're right. I don't think we see big people come back. I think if you have a viable third-party product, right? Say, and it's hard, right? Because it's chicken or egg. Like, do you want big TOs to come back in? Well, you have to have people watching it, and you have to have the numbers and everything else. But to do that, anyway, it gets circular. But if we can start to find something where, yeah, you know, there are some maybe you don't get Apex back. Maybe you start to get some online tournaments back first in Korea and things, and it seems, and it's still a solid product. People still enjoy it. You can start to rebuild some trust there. But going back, any sort of like going back to franchising model is, I mean, I think I'm not going to say it's a dead concept in esports, but I think it is very much a dying concept in esports. And I think more and more we're going to see people kind of realize that esports are not at a point, and I don't know that we ever will be, where franchising makes sense, because there's too much turnover in games, in streaming platforms, and whatever it is, and you hitch your horse to the wrong thing once, and you're totally screwed. Whereas in this case, you know, if you're not franchised, you can always buy a new team. You can always go to a new game, whatever. You're not so tied into it. So I think that might actually give. Certainly, it means that even these people that were burned. But if it's like, what's his name? Fox, the guy that owned Echo Fox, Rick Fox. Yeah. You know, he got into it because his kid was super into esports.
Yeah.
And then he got, you know, absolutely burned by a business partner and all these issues. But someone like him, or, you know, I think Mark Cuban was a similar idea with his investments into esports. Like, they got in because they're into it, or their kids into it, and now it's cheaper because you don't have to drop $20 million on joining a league. Maybe we do get them back. Maybe that does happen because, you know, it's like, okay, this is third party now. This is just, there's some sort of, you know, world, like what StarCraft used to be, where there's a world championship at the end of the year, and everything else is third party, and maybe we give you some financial support. Maybe we have a league, but we're not boxing people out. And I think that's going to have to be the way it goes. Otherwise, death is no longer in quotes.
Well, so here's the thing, right? People think about franchising for esports because franchises exist for sports. How long is the longest esport been around? Let's be generous and let's say Brood War. That's been around, we'll say
24 years.
We'll say 25 years. Yeah, we'll say right from the get-go, let's say 25 years. That's how long Brood War has existed. Think about a game like baseball. How long did baseball exist? I'm looking at the Wikipedia right here. It dates back potentially as far back as the 1700s. Major League Baseball did not... what do you mean?
Baseball was invented in the late 1800s. There are... as there was baseball.
I'm not talking about official baseball. I'm talking about like the game as like a concept.
Like our modern game of it was late 1800s, was like Civil War era. Before then, there were games like Town Ball and things that were a bat and a ball, but it's not in any way, shape, or form baseball. It's just
okay. We'll go with the Civil War. We'll say 1865. Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
1865. How long did baseball take before it became actually successful as a franchise sport? Quite a while. What the fuck were we thinking? Taking a game that just got created and immediately being like, we are going to turn this into franchises. What is wrong with you? What are you fucking thinking? Like, for real, like, it's so stupid.
It also comes from such a different location, you know, like, first of all, we're in a completely different era where things happen quickly. So that's obvious. Sure. That's obvious. But then also what would happen, and this is still very much integral to like soccer, is you would be like, well, that the residential district over there has good players, and our residential district over here has good players. So let's go ahead and make them like battle.
Oh, and actually, the best part about that is that like early days of professional baseball, you've heard the term barn burner, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's this great, you know, it's a great game. That comes from early on in baseball, before you had major leagues or whatever, each town would have their own team, and they weren't very good. But then there were a couple teams that would go and hold barn burners, where literally they were a good team that was part of a city, and they would go and they would beat the shit out of your town team, but everyone would go to watch. It'd be great. And there was this traveling setup that would go, around the country or around your region. Sorry, barnstormers, not barn burners. That's different.
I was wondering where we're gonna get burn bars.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't they would storm the barn, not burn the barn down.
Yeah, I was curious. I was like, did they burn the barn down after beating them? Because that's like,
yes,
that's a really high
Everyone got
game.
mad.
No, but like but you know where I was getting at, right? Which is that you had locations, you had locales that would face each other, and then you would say like, well, now let's make this a particular region and that particular region. Let's make this a division and that's a division, and this will make this a country and then make that a country. So like across basically all forms of traditional sports that exists, and it's just one of the strongest examples is in soccer, where like apparently you really do get like very like official but yet small clubs. So like Roddy loves Feyenoord, right? Which I guess kind of like go between like tier 2 and tier 1. Oh God, I should have Roddy on this one for this one. But apparently that's a very good system because they do have very small, kind of small, not quite small, media, and it keeps on going up and up and up until you do eventually get to the European Cup, European tournament, what's it called? And then you have the World Cup, right? So it just keeps going up farther and farther, and the stakes get higher and higher the more that you do bring in the rest of the world. But then it happens once every 4 years. So you have the fucking Olympics. Like, and then esports not only had no region, there was very few examples of being like, I'm the best player in my region. Actually, Smash might be the best example of that, where I think everyone has a story of being the best Smash players in their household or in their neighborhood. But even that was basically before the internet. This was back when it was the Nintendo 64 and the Nintendo GameCube. So we're moved past that as well. So the best thing you would have leading into, let's call it the internet era, would maybe be like Brood War LAN cafes. Apparently in the very beginning days, they would actually be like, we have the best people playing at our LAN PC bong, and you guys have yours, let's duke it out. And that's where they got the idea of doing it, bigger and better. And then it started off on TV as like this super low fucking budget thing, man. You can actually see some of the VODs from 1999. And these are clearly nerds coming out of the basement. All right, and putting on a camera and being like, do stuff, and they're just like, it was so slow, but it was changing the landscape. And then we get to like what we call modern esports, after the Twitch thing, and it's like we have no consideration for that. We're just gonna copy things because that's the big thing that we're gonna copy, and we have no consideration for how we started or what the roots of the system are, and it makes no sense. So, the best thing that we could have been done if you were going to just be like, money, is probably invest into creating a system that is exactly like traditional sports. So you invest into, let's say, college, which is actually apparently a very good avenue. Apparently people are discussing how that actually might be the future of esports, is collegiate esports.
It's been flying under the radar for a while, very successfully.
The crazy thing, by the way, you talk about that. Like, there hasn't really been a solid collegiate league in viewership wise outside of Rocket League. Rocket League gets like 20,000 viewers for their collegiate tournament, which is just, I don't know how they do it, because like we had StarCraft tournaments back, collegiate, whatever, TESPA, nothing's been like, college struggles to get viewership, but then Rocket League gets 20,000 viewers. They get 60,000 viewers for their CRL finals. So I don't know how you transit like success in collegiate esports groups to actual viewership and money that way. But it is interesting that CRL has really been able to do that super successfully.
Yeah. Well, I think there's just other reasons why it's good that exist for collegiate, right? So it's not just literally money in, money out. It's, tied in with like the education and extracurricular activities and so on and so forth. Things that, you don't get that immediate profit, but you get other things. You get the non-tangible or whatever benefits. So basically they put a lot of the esports that we know today down to, we put X amount in and we expect 5 times that amount out, as opposed to what college does, what the other esports does, or even what people know esports to be as, which is like advertising, which I also think is something that some esports still don't really like focus on, I guess. And that would be probably the best thing for big esports, is just like advertising the game. And that kind of got lost for some companies out there, where again, they were just like 2 million in, 5 million out. And if I don't get that, then fuck you guys. And that's what franchising does as well, right? Because Toronto doesn't care if Overwatch League sells 50,000 more skins because they don't get it. And that's why we also have discussions about skin rev share. Actually, that's another big conversation at this point, especially from the League of Legends teams.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I am such a big fan of like there's no excuse for every game that wants to be an esport to not have some sort of rev share model on skins. Like to have at the very bare minimum, like the top 5 teams, you're gonna get Team Liquid in your game. You're gonna get Cloud9 in your game. You're gonna get, if it has any sort of promise, because hey, we can make money off of it. It's not gonna be a $60,000 a month loss. Easy. Like there's no excuse.
Yeah.
Or very little. I mean, maybe, regulatory. I don't know.
Going back to one of the first things you guys said at the beginning of this discussion, it's like, imagine if they put all that money they're giving out to the teams that they failed and put it in a Blizzard. Imagine if instead of putting $1 billion into this concept, they put $1 million into StarCraft. The losses are far less, and the build-up is going to take longer, but it's not going to cost you as much. So even if it fails, it doesn't fucking suck.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, $1 billion.
No, we have to kill multiple esports so Overwatch League can fail 5 years later in a flaming pile of something.
Yeah, it's honestly really sad. Going back to the collegiate thing though, the collegiate is such a nice it's such a nice kind of bridge towards the concept of franchising, because think about something like franchise, once again going back to sports. You live in a major city in North America at the very least, and even going over to Europe, chances are you have an established, well-known team in your city that is big at whatever. So almost by default, you become a fan of that team if you like the game. Not necessarily, not 100%, but there's a very strong correlation. So with collegiate thing, as soon as you go to your university, it doesn't even matter necessarily if you're a fan of whatever game. If you hear about your university having the best football team, you're like, all right, well, that's a source of a little bit of pride. You hear about your team having the best baseball team, rugby team, whatever. That can translate over to having the best StarCraft player, having the best Rocket League team, like having the best whatever. Like it's a very, it creates a little bit of tribalism. And generally speaking, tribalism is not a good thing, but it can have its uses. And if you're going for the franchising model, that would have been a much better place to invest into. But at the same time, I mean, if you're going by places that would have been better to invest into, like Blizzard could have invested in a hole in the ground, buried all the money, and then come back and, even if 10% of it was destroyed, it would have still been there.
They taped it behind their toilet tank.
Yeah, exactly. It would have literally been better investing. Try a hole in the ground. Better than Overwatch League.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing I did want to say is that I actually think tying esports or anything to locales, I think is actually a very good idea. I will actually still defend this. Back when Overwatch League was first announced and developed, I do believe that it made it a lot easier for people to get invested in. They literally just chose a city, even if the city wasn't theirs. My friends cheered for Texas, although they lived in DC before the DC team came out. And there's probably still something there to use for esports, but even the model we had for Overwatch League, although they titled them in cities, I still don't think is the good thing. Like it wasn't.
No, there was no regional attachment outside of saying,
yeah, exactly.
This is the Washington Justice. Oh, okay. How are they tied to the city at all?
Yeah, and Barrett brought up how the UK team or whatever was just all Koreans.
Yeah.
Yeah. but I think it actually absolutely could work. But then again, clearly you just don't put as much money into it. Like if you could do a non like franchise model, like let's say you have teams like Envy and TSM and 100 Thieves and BIG and whatever, and they own, you know, teams. I feel like then offering them a chance to be a part of like this region's identity, I suppose, would be better than being like, well, you got to pay me a bunch of money to have you now relabeled as the city name, instead being, you know, something like Envy from Toronto, as opposed to making Envy turn into the Toronto Raiders or whatever the hell it is, would be better, and again drastically decrease the amount of money that's at stake.
Yeah. And like, there's a reason that when Valorant popped up, they didn't have that. They killed the franchising model. It's a partnership model now where you go in, if you're part of it, you get rev share. If you're not part of it, like you didn't, okay, whatever. So even the most successful leagues that have done that franchising model are going away, because LEC is probably by far the most successful like franchised model that has existed in modern esports. And they're doing away with it. Like, it's not worth it. So yeah, why would that happen at all? Why would, we're just not there.
Valorant's experimenting probably on the forefront right now, and it seems to be a generally agreed upon good model. I know I saw when it first was announced, a lot of industry veterans appreciating it. So we might see something like that in the future, because again, not to make it so totally doom and gloom, it's not like we don't have successful esports now that Overwatch League is gone and StarCraft 2 ain't doing so hot. You know, we are in our little bubble here, but Apex apparently is doing quite well. Valorant's doing quite well. Even Call of Duty is more successful, although I think that also is under a lot of scrutiny right now. It is still more successful than Overwatch League, I think, from gists, to be clear. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you're talking about Apex doing well. The story I hear, I'm friends with a guy who casts ALGS, and according to him, at least, like the Apex is not doing well. Apex is trending downwards pretty rough. Okay. At least from maybe their viewership numbers are doing well, but like at least from the kind of the ecosystem is
gotcha.
Because EA has locked that. You can't get a custom lobby if you're trying to run a tournament. You have to ask EA for a code.
Oh wow!
And like to hope that they give it to you. So and they don't allow. We talked about collegiate tournaments. Collegiate tournaments are expressly forbidden. Like, you can't run a collegiate tournament in Apex.
Never mind.
And they try, they find workarounds, and then the tournament gets banned.
I was exactly like the boomers who got into Overwatch League. I saw a bunch of pomp and circumstance and was like, it's doing great. Because I see people running around traveling to a bunch of different events for Apex. So.
Yeah. I think behind the scenes, it is very sad.
I think CSGO and Dota 2 are still pumping along.
Yeah, I was going for like a little lesser known than the main esports, but okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lars brings up PUBG Mobile. Actually, I was going to bring that. It's like FaZe put out or someone on FaZe put out a video a bit ago that's like, PUBG Mobile's like, they were like going through how much money each of their esports teams was losing. And PUBG Mobile was like $60 grand in the good every month. And everyone else was losing a ton. So on top of that,
yeah,
512,000 viewers, not bad.
How's Mobile Legends doing? And like, just to like,
no idea.
Does anyone know Mobile Legends or like TFT or whatever?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. That was just a
TFT
curiosity.
just had their world championship, and
I
they just
have
announced
friends who were in it, but I think it's doing good.
Yeah, like they just announced some like big change to how they're doing things that has everyone really excited.
Yeah.
Oh no, they announced I think next year's circuit's like $1 million circuit or something. Like they announced a fairly significant prize pool.
The opposite of Hearthstone's announcement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously Rocket League, you brought that up earlier. Still somehow remains like under the radar, because people, when they think of successful esports, they definitely go to CSGO first, for sure.
Yeah.
But then Rocket League is probably the most successful in like every field as far as like tying in esports with their actual video game, the accessibility options, the collegiate options. Viewership is actually spectacular, but no one seems to want to talk about that. So on and so forth. So there's obviously good things happening. It's just that Overwatch League purposefully made themselves the most well-known esport. Of course, good advertising. And then utterly failed. So thank you for being the thing that everyone talks about. It's like your parents saying Nintendo for everything, and then Nintendo actually went bankrupt. It's like that. It's like, stop playing on your Nintendo, and you're like, Mom, it doesn't even exist anymore. It's not Nintendo anymore. That's like Overwatch League.
I would say it's even worse than Nintendo going bankrupt. It's like Nintendo, like some bad stuff came out about Nintendo too, you know, like they got in trouble. They were like, we don't talk about Nintendo anymore in this household, you know, like we no, you do not say that name.
And they just, everyone who had it got cancer.
There you go. Oh my God, that's quite intense, but yeah. It's even worse than just being like, it's not that anymore. It's like, why are you discussing this? Ooh. You know, it actually, well, no. You know,
get out of this house.
I'm not going to go that far, but I was thinking even back to the time in which I thought that video games were a fad. You guys know that story? Because we're all too young to be there, part of it, obviously. But back in the, 80s, I believe, they thought for sure that video games were going to fail.
Well, the internet was also a fad, so like
that too. That's absolutely correct. But I don't know if the internet, besides the internet bubble popping, the video games actually thought that they were just everyone was going to stop making video games and video game consoles.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what was it, like 2009, 2010? There was a lot of hullabaloo about how no one was gonna play PC games were cratering and it was all consoles. Is that what you're talking about, or?
No, I don't remember that one. No, 80s.
Like the 80s, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, back when the ET cartridges were filling up the landfills. And everyone thought that video games were not going to exist anymore. And then there's actually a ton of stories about this. I don't remember what console brought them the idea back to life, but
it might have
especially
been
home
the
consoles.
Oh,
no, I don't think it was, but it's not that bad. I started this literally with like, I'm not even going to go there, and then here I am explaining it for 5 minutes. But the idea is that this most popular thing that everyone paid attention to outside of the esports and video game sphere is now the one thing that's dying, that's not existing anymore, and that's just bad. You know, even though there's tons of good examples of things going well.
So then, what is going to be the N64 of esports? That's what I want to see. What is going to, for some reason, require 3 hands to use the controller, but like is going to be like the groundbreaking system that like smashes us back through, or even the Xbox, you know?
Stormgate.
Yeah, right.
Could Stormgate be the N64 of esports?
Sorry. Immortal Gates of Fire.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And we're moving on.
I'm sorry.
Now, mobile's definitely going to be bigger and bigger, especially with all the Zoomers not even capable of using PCs, apparently. Weirdest timeline.
The interesting thing, though.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry. You talk about that because, like, PUBG is doing massive, is that, and we talked about Apex a second ago. Apex launched Apex Legends Mobile, and they were going to make a big esports out of it. And then they killed that thing within a year and a half.
Yeah, so, Square tried to make a battle royale with Final Fantasy, and that failed within a year.
Yeah. It seems like the timeline on these games are, for the most part, unless you have first movers advantage, it seems like the timeline, or like the lifespan of these mobile games, of these mobile esports, is just shrunk quite a bit. But I don't know. Colossus is in chat. He can talk about that more than I can. I just very tangentially aware.
In terms of successful mobile games, esports wise, I only have the barest of knowledge for PUBG. I don't know what other ones are popular.
Clash Royale is pretty big.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's still pretty big. It's like the competitive version of Clash of Clans, I guess is the best way to describe it. And Clash of Clans has like a huge player base. Yeah, I don't know it. I don't know too well, but I do know that there's a few out there that are doing pretty well, and they do usually. And once again, Colossus could correct me on this. Usually, it requires things to go very well in like Southeast Asia, that's where they're going to get a lot of traction. And that's oftentimes where like things really pop up. Like the Philippines is huge for mobile gaming because most people, it's the same thing that happened in Korea where people couldn't afford a home PC. So they played in PC bongs. People can't afford a high-end PC there, so they're playing on their phones.
Mm-hmm. That's,
so
exactly.
Are you ready to cast mobile RTS games?
If they're good.
You can just kick him off the call right now, Z. You can just remove from the call.
I remember when everyone was trying to make it wasn't Command & Conquer, was it? But one of the
I think there was a CNC mobile.
No, it was Command & Conquer. Yeah. And someone I know worked on it. It was quite a nice guy. Yeah, but I remember a lot of people playing that in StarCraft 2 Esports for a little while. And then they're like, no, it's actually really good. Like, it's fine. And I was like, okay. And then no one plays it anymore. Anyways, we are going to be getting CatZ on here in a hot second.
Oh.
So, yeah, as we kind of finish up the Overwatch League implications, methinks. Here we go. Did I do that correctly? I might have.
And I think Ranish is right. An AoE mobile does kind of ring a bell.
Age of Empires mobile. Wow.
It does ring a bell. I don't know how much of an RTS it was like an actual like that versus just you know, what's the word? Oh, we lost half a ZombieGrub.
Yay.
But we found half a CatZ. Oh,
no, he's steadfast.
Yeah, he's Spear Dragon. Holy shit.
Oh wow, this is impressive. CatZ, how does it feel being two people but not yourself?
Yeah, I mean that's a very deep question. I think
I knew that was going to be the answer. I was excited. I was like, oh, we're about to get into some nice philosophy here. I'm ready.
But yeah, how do I fix this?
Yeah.
What is the self?
That's what happens when I turn my phone around to take a picture.
Funny.
That
Guffaw.
wasn't ZombieGrub. Don't laugh. You're not allowed.
Anyways, hey CatZ, welcome on. We were just discussing the Overwatch League death aftermath / implications. I don't know if you have any opinions you might want to get in here before we move on.
No, I was listening. I think you guys covered for the most part all of it. Yeah, I mean it's sad, like you said. I think that so many eyes were on Overwatch League, and yeah, that there were so much investment kind of wasted on the side of Blizzard and just kind of investors, right? It felt like I don't know, like a crypto type scam where Blizzard's just selling, where Blizzard's just selling shit that's never gonna fly. It was just a very ambitious project, and I mean they never really tried to make it regional outside of the name, and I don't know, and the game was unwatchable. I mean Overwatch is just such a difficult to follow game. I think it was just all the wrong things to bet on, I think.
It's actually kind of amazing considering how many people did end up choosing that as their first esport. Like, Overwatch League is kind of insular. I don't know if that's the right word, but like a lot of people who like Overwatch League do not watch other esports, which is a good thing in some contexts and a bad thing in others, I would say, actually. But it is, no matter what, interesting. And then, you'll be like, you should watch this other esport that's much more watchable and much better. And they're like, nah. I'm like, oh, okay, it's fine.
For me, like I know that there's no accounting for taste, and like people like different things, but I genuinely don't understand what there is to enjoy about Overwatch. I can't wrap my head around it. Like,
it's a very fun game to play with friends.
The game is awesome. Yeah, the game is awesome.
For sure.
In fairness, like from the if you're not watching it, but like the production side, they have really good talent. The broadcast itself was technically very good.
Yes.
So if you come from traditional sports, and this is actually an interesting discussion, right? Because Overwatch League leaned very ESPN, kind of as ESPN really started to die. And then on the flip side, we have Rocket League, which is very ESPN, and they're doing, leaps and bounds. So I don't understand that. Regardless, you had this really proficient, you have this really solid broadcast, even if the game itself is maybe hard to watch. So if someone comes in from not being an esports person, they're like, wow, this is just polished. You got some of the best casters in the business. You got some of the best desk talent in the business. You have this massive production crew. Okay, you know what? I could, even if the game is whatever, everything else is fine. I can get into this.
Mm-hmm.
And then go from there, at least season 1. And then,
I think what is important as you compare it to Rocket League, though, because it's a very good comparison. Rocket League now is a very suit and tie ordeal, is that it did start off very much like esports you would expect. They were totally grassroots to begin with. Then they invested money as they deemed like fit, basically. They didn't get grand ideas. They got popular, and then they said,
we're going.
What do we do with this? Which is the opposite of what Overwatch did.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Also really just shows the power of good advertising. Like, their marketing campaign was fantastic. It makes sense that it's a lot of people's first esport, because it was the next NFL, and that's a great marketing. If you have Robert Kraft saying, yeah, this is going to be as big as the Patriots someday, you're going to have a lot of people watching.
How big
Very
was
true.
the game, or how big is the game itself, Overwatch?
Like how many players?
Yeah.
Still
Like, not
fairly
exactly.
large,
Mhm.
even
Mhm.
after the disappointment that was Overwatch 2, which I added to the list of fuck ups for Overwatch League. It's still rather large, and now I guess you can actually check on Steam, which is a fantastic segue because that's what I
Can
wanted to
we,
talk
or
about
is it
next.
Nice.
It's only early, or it's only pre-order right now, right? So it's
Sorry.
not.
So you will be able to tell
Yes.
when it's on Steam. But I'm pretty sure. Well, okay, the most recent report actually was that they're losing players. This is not something I remembered, but now I'm remembering it. Overwatch player base drop. There we go. According to Activision, Blizzard's monthly player counts drop massively. You think Overwatch 2 is doing great numbers? We got a little thing here. We have this, which monthly active users.
Geez, only 100. That's pretty low.
I know, like I'm trying to figure this one out. I imagine this is missing an asterisk where it's like in the thousands or something, right? What the hell does this mean?
Even 100,000 would be pretty low.
Yeah, no, for sure. Reddit's being my go-to source. You know, it's not exactly my best feature here. Here we go. Dextero is a little more reputable.
Yeah, but this reads like an SEO article.
Sure. According to active player, Overwatch 2 currently averages almost 2 million players a day.
Okay.
And a total of 29 million just about for the last 30 days.
Yeah, so it's still pretty sizable, right? And like you said, I think just like the game is really fun. I can see how from a gameplay perspective, like they would put a lot of eggs in that basket because it was like kind of unique. It had its own unique take. The engine was obviously amazing. And, you know, like just at that point in time, like the expectation for Blizzard production and polish was so high. And I think from that perspective, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, from the viewing perspective, it was just never a very watchable experience.
Yeah.
It was just so convoluted that it didn't make sense to push esports down people's throats from that perspective. And it's also not their first attempt. I think that Heroes of the Storm was their first failed attempt.
Yes.
And that was, I think. Yeah,
and did all of you guys read the article detailing how that was literally a test ground for Overwatch League?
Rings a bell, yeah.
Yeah, this is not an opinion. This is actually what they did. I mean, I don't think Blizzard's ever come forward and said that, of course, but they've interviewed people who were there from the ground, and maybe Colossus even has more to chip in here. But it went from literally getting all of this money to experiment with this idea of like a forced esport, if you will. I know Heroes had its good moments, but you know, it also kind of got forced. It was very clear. One of the players detailed a story about how the first year they were treated to something like, you know, private hotel rooms at 5-star hotels with catering and, you know, the bells and whistles, right? And they were like, wow, this is fucking amazing. And then the next year, and as they were starting to work on Overwatch League, they got cut. It was like players doubling or tripling up in hotel rooms, people getting kicked off the production teams, of course. Like it was like a wow, that's great. What the fuck happened? Yeah. And it could have been this the entire time, probably. But they went whoop whoop. Very scummy stuff because obviously people put a lot of their time and effort into trying to make a career out of that.
And that's another example of a scene that actually had a fairly strong grassroots setup. I mean, they just had a tournament in Germany, I think, like what is now their world championship with zero Blizzard support, and the people came in from all over the world for it. Like Trixler was casting it because, you know, he was one of the hot casters, and Kaldor was doing it as well. So, man, are we just going to keep saying missed opportunities all over and over and over again? Is that just the repeated refrain of today? Because
you know,
it makes me sad.
A lot of people like to comment on what went wrong with StarCraft who have not been in StarCraft since 2011, and it fucking annoys me. It really does. However, generally their point being that Blizzard fucks up their esports is absolutely correct. I will correct how they fucked up StarCraft, but the overall point is correct. Blizzard was not a very trustworthy handler of these particular eggs. They were like,
Yeah.
whoops, give me another one. Whoops, give me another one. Whoops.
It's like, it feels like, Lucy with the football, right? It's like, surely this time you're not going to pull it up. And then, well,
Yeah.
okay. Surely.
It's very odd. That's actually what it is. Everyone who's ever put their heart and soul in a Blizzard Esports, whatever game you chose, fucking what's her face? Whoop.
But this, look, like I am about to kick the ball. Like I'm almost there. It lasted a little longer this time.
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow it feels more personal. Like with Lucy, like there was never an evidence of eye contact, but it feels like Blizzard is like making eye contact intensely and soulfully as they simultaneously pull the football and smash the egg on the ground. And they're like, give me another one. And you're like, I'm out of eggs.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I think that while a lot of games had like their own esport department, like there was clearly like an overarching philosophy from Blizzard that said esports is kind of the future and let's bet on this, and they do it throughout their titles, right? And maybe that all started with like Kespa and their quarrels in Brood War with not having control over a phenomena that exploded like it did, and then they kind of went midway in from StarCraft 2 and they were like, whoa, that shit's not happening again. We're gonna take control, and that went how it went, like some good, some bad, I guess. But then when Heroes of the Storm came around, there was so much more publicity and so much more investment. I remember going to Best Buy and being able to buy Heroes of the Storm's just gift cards and stuff like that. That to me was like a new thing that Blizzard hadn't done before, right? Like kind of pre-planning to not have a boxed product, but a game that you can constantly potentially invest into and kind of like maintain itself over time, and just adopting like new business models and trying esports from that perspective. And yeah, it makes sense that it was in some sense testing grounds for Overwatch, because ultimately Heroes of the Storm, I mean, the game from my perspective, it was never too good. Like I tried to get into it. I tried to get into it with Destiny and In Control and Idra and like a bunch of people who were gonna make like a team and stuff, and we tried it, and it was just not fun for us, and it was kind of like the same StarCraft engine, and it didn't feel like the type of product that was really like their flagship product, like Overwatch did when it came out. So that does make a lot of sense to me.
The thing is, I think for Heroes of the Storm, it could have been such a comfy esport. It could have slid in as like just like a tennis, like not the biggest sport, not one of the big four in North America, but a respectable esport that could have had a really solid, stable scene. There was a lot of people who did enjoy it. It fulfilled the itch for many people, not everyone, but for many people who liked certain MOBAs, but didn't want to be wrapped up in a 45-minute game of Dota or an hour game of Dota or League or whatever. It kind of hit that nice little spot in between. But I think it's because they swung for the fences instead of being like, yeah, we can just have ourselves a nice little time. They were like, no, this needs to be the biggest thing ever. And it's like, no, don't do that. Like, let it figure out what it is before you tell everyone and you tell it what it is.
Mm-hmm. It's especially cruel to Heroes, though. I don't know exactly how much they were just literally, this is the testing ground, but it definitely is like, it's cruel what they did to Heroes. Not just the fact that they let everyone go in the blink of an eye after saying, no, it's fine, but also because apparently much of their purpose was a testing ground. It's literally the what's it called? Morty being like, what's my purpose? To prepare for Overwatch League. Oh no. Very sad. Anyways, we will move on. Solid hour of, lamenting about Overwatch League and how it failed everyone, and thus Blizzard as well. But now we will go on to more StarCraft stuff, I believe. So we do have a little preview of the... actually, I lied. We're not in StarCraft yet. Might as well turn this into just chatting. First, we're going to talk about Blizzard moving on to Steam, because that's what I was trying to segue into.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Got distracted again. But speaking of the player base, so Steam is now going to have Overwatch 2, if you guys missed that news. And to a lot of people, probably, there's a question of why that is important or why that is even being done. And maybe someone can be more excited about this or emphatic about it. But basically, Steam is the go-to place for video games. Blizzard Battle.net is not. And everyone's sick and tired of multiple launchers, additionally. So Steam is definitely the place where you get best advertising just for your game in general. But it's also a place where more of your friends can see that you're online and be like, hey, let's play this. And it's a place to show off your success if you are successful. So player base might not matter much for Overwatch League, although even they get tested. Every esports is a dead game. Every esports has to constantly pass this like, well, how many people are playing it? How many viewers are watching it? But if you are doing well, having that constantly public is a good thing. So those are the reasons I would say that Steam is a good thing. Maybe you all have additional points. But right now, Overwatch 2 is the only one going towards it.
Although in that release, they did say they were considering other games.
Exactly. So, yeah, what do you guys think about StarCraft 2 moving on to Steam? I think most of us would agree that it's a good thing. But then how much of a good thing, I think, is more the conversation. Because I've tweeted about this. I think it'd be an excellent thing. I think it'd be fucking fantastic. But, I don't know,
You
your
mean you
opinion?
X'd about it?
She sounded a Z.
It was just not. I still use TweetDeck, so I still see TweetDeck and like all the like the blue and shit like that. So I'm gonna live in my little. I'm gonna cover my head. You know.
I haven't
Just live my
updated
own
the
little
Twitter
world.
app yet, so it's still blue in Twitter to me, and it's not whatever that whatever that nonsense is.
Sticking my head in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's go in. I guess rounds. Like CatZ, what are your opinions on the Steam thing for potential StarCraft 2?
I agree with you, right? It's just an issue of like having the biggest marketplace to showcase your game and then having a place that all gamers or most gamers will go to and just have a hub where they can see their friend list. Seems pretty straightforward. It's kind of like admitting defeat to some degree, but you are not going to be able to compete with the sheer number of games that can come out on Steam because you're not, actively vetoing for games that are non-Blizzard or Activision for the launcher. So it's just good, I think, and I would expect. Is Overwatch 2 not going to be on the Blizzard launcher, or is it a Steam exclusive?
It's also there.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I would expect a migration over time, I guess, of all games Blizzard to Steam.
Yeah, I would expect so too. I don't really know. Someone's gonna have the answer. Besides being able to count your player base, which I assume you still get the numbers from other launchers anyway. What is the benefit of having your own launcher?
It's your
I
own
have no
closed
idea.
ecosystem.
Yeah, but that's
Ego?
a bad thing, right?
Yeah, ecosystem. I think part of it might also be is like if you are on your own launcher, someone that boots up Blizzard like Battle.net will only see Battle.net products. Whereas if I boot up
Advertisement, yeah.
Steam, I see everything. So if I can
okay.
convince people to stay on
That's
my
a good point.
launcher, then there's a higher chance they might buy another Blizzard game and not buy Remnant 2 or whatever the new hotness is that's on the top of the Steam page.
I totally forgot
Mm.
about this, but absolutely the main point is that you have to pay them.
You pay, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely the correct answer. I totally forgot about that. And
Yeah.
apparently it's also a little difficult to even get on Steam. There's a bit of a process.
Oh, really?
Not anymore. Right? Like the we're not as bad as it
This
used
is
to be,
what
I
I
guess.
was being told by Stormgate people, which I don't know if I'm not supposed to say that, but I feel like this is very vague, so it's okay. But they had a process of getting on Steam. Maybe specifically in terms of getting like promoted on Steam, I imagine is quite the hassle. So maybe I just misunderstood, but yeah, you do have
Maybe
to pay
it's
them.
that or-
Wait, are you telling me Stormgate's going to be on Steam?
Oh shit! No.
Oh, it's currently number 82 on the Steam wish list. That might tell us that it might be on Steam.
We're 13.
Maybe.
We're 13 spots away from glory.
Did you know that it's below Overwatch 2 on the Steam wishlist sale, and therefore it's going to die?
Oh.
Are we
Sure.
calling esports dead, games dead before they come
They
out
even
now? I like
launch.
that.
Unironically,
Pretty
I've
launch.
seen people saying, "Well, hey, X game is below Overwatch on the wish list rankings, so clearly it's dead." And I'm like, "What are you even talking about?"
I mean, this is definitely not news. I'm pretty sure people called Diabolical or whatever it was called dead before it arrived.
That one was kind of DOA.
Well, there you go. So
I mean,
yeah.
we joke about it, but there are some games that like you would consider DOA, and you know, we already mentioned it once on the show, so I'm not gonna talk about it. But it's been a bit of a punching bag here.
DOA,
Dead on Arrival.
It's talking about Immortals, I'm pretty sure.
We've been bashing Immortals so much, or you guys have anyway. You should play their new trailer.
Sure. I don't. Like, I actually did watch the trailer. It's a very small one, so
It's like 40 seconds. Yeah.
Is it better
Gates of
than the
original Stormgate trailer? The first one.
Yeah.
Oh no, their trailers are actually so much better than what Stormgate's revealed so far. Their trailers are actually decent.
Like, unironically, the one of the reasons I backed Gates of Fire back when they first announced it was the couple music tracks they had were fantastic. Because the Kickstarter had like two of them, so their soundtrack's really good.
Yeah, I like their soundtrack. I think their cinematic teaser was actually very well done.
Mm-hmm.
This has voice apparently.
This looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Those people in the bottom left look pretty sexy as hell, I gotta say. I hope they're in the game.
Oh. I was like, really? You think this looks... Oh. It's us. We're the sexy ones.
We're the one.
No, this is a decent teaser as well, I would say. But if I actually looked at the gameplay, I have the same complaints I've always had about most RTS, honestly. Like readability and... I do think it's very original. I absolutely love that they've chosen Mesopotamia.
Kind of, yeah. Or like,
what is it?
Yeah, like Aztecs and
different mythologies other than Norse, Egyptian, and Greek.
Yeah, or like Judeo-Christian mythology. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Like that is a breath of fresh air for sure. I do enjoy that. But the actual battles and the I think this is actually going to be a very good example of a decent RTS. It's fun to play, but then a also good example of people thinking they can improve on StarCraft and are actually unable to do so. Which is not the worst thing. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't try, but honestly, and we're not going to get into it, I have the same feelings for Stormgate, but that'll have to wait, I think. So
yeah, for me, that was one of the big turnoffs when it came to Gates of Fire. Was that like on announcement they weren't trying to, I think, separate themselves from StarCraft, but they were trying to say like this is the future type thing. And then when you put yourself at the level of like we are the new StarCraft type thing, you have to deliver on some fronts.
Yeah.
Like where it's like okay, it's just too easy to draw the comparison and be a little disappointed. And I think I share in on that, but I agree the trailer looked really nice. The voice acting is good. The camera angles are really nice, and I still will play the game and hope that it's good.
I know I've played the game a little bit, and if they can get their engine issues down, because everything that just feels very floaty right now, and just they're just kind of issues with how the game controls that I have issues with. If they can get that down, I mean, there are definitely solid ideas, and I'll definitely play it more, but things don't feel right.
That's kind of like saying, like, like if SpaceX can just figure out the rocket science part of going to space, they'll have everything set up just fine. Like, it's a pretty big deal to make sure, like having a smooth, strong, solid foundation for an RTS is like, that's the big thing. And that's, I think, the big excitement point about Stormgate right now is that everyone who's touched it so far has said it feels fucking amazing.
So what I'm hearing is they just need to go steal James Anholt, like kidnap him in the middle of the night from Irvine.
If he goes missing,
our engine.
They're gonna point back to you.
I feel like everyone who's touched Stormgate is on NDA, no?
Well, this was...
I don't know where you're hearing this info.
Like the Neuro interview I did back in like the stuff that was publicly available before the NDA went out. When they were talking about it, or like Grubby went and said he played it before the NDA went out. It's like this felt really fantastic.
I see.
Back in May, so
yeah, don't worry, we're not breaking any rules.
No.
We're good.
And I'm not under NDA,
Definitely
so
not
I'm
commenting
breaking
on
even
that.
less rolls.
Well, anyway, but I think Steadfast is right in his analogy. It's like, it doesn't feel that great. If they fix that, it's like, well, if they fix the entire game, then gotcha. All right, cool.
You know, I really love Ferrari's car, except for the engine and the
steering
wheels
and the pedals.
The steering, yeah. The windshield wipers are great though.
The body's beautiful. It's got great paintwork. You know, the sound system's really nice.
Once
But
you
it
get
doesn't
up,
drive.
once you get past the paint running off in the rain and the instant rust, I love the body.
Yes,
That's not fair. Like that's not quite fair to Gates of Fire here. It runs.
It's not.
You know?
It's not. No. It's not that bad. Like I said, I think it'll be a very fun RTS. And that's the thing. There's so many good RTSs out there. It's just very hard to get the perfect, capturing of all the elements. So you make a good game, you might not have a good esport. You make a good esport, you might have a good game. I don't know if that's actually possible, but
yeah. I think the big thing is CatZ kind of alluded to it, is like, if you say like we're going to space, people expect a rocket ship that will fly. Like if you say we're making the next great RTS, the next great StarCraft, people are going to expect, that it can fly. They're going to expect the world.
Because that's the thing too, is like you can have AoE4, right? And you can have the controls not be as fluid and still be a successful RTS for what it does and focus maybe more on the macro aspect of things. But the moment you compare yourself to StarCraft, you're basically saying we're going to be fluid and crispy, and the controls are going to feel amazing, because that is kind of StarCraft in a nutshell, like first and foremost, right? And everything else is built on how amazing the engine is. So I think they probably set the wrong expectations for my taste, and maybe there's still time to course correct. I mean, they also released a lot of gameplay to where it feels like it's not even close to release, but people already have a good idea for how the game looked, and it's kind of difficult to get people back into revisiting an idea like that they have already formed about how the game looks and feels, and so I'm rooting for them for sure. But like you just said, there's so many other RTS on the horizon. The David Kim one is not announced yet, right?
right.
Yeah, we don't know anything about. I mean, you might know something behind the scenes, CatZ, but no, nothing's been public. We don't know anything about it.
I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I just know that David Kim is on it, that it's funded, it's an RTS. So that's pretty exciting for whenever they do announce it. That they started working on it around the same time as Stormgate, I want to say, or the announcement wasn't too far away from Stormgate's announcement of forming the company and whatnot. And I think I'm allowed to say at this point, because there's also going to be another RTS that's being announced possibly next month, and I've been working as a consultant on that. So has Scarlet and Giant Grant Games and Pig even, and so it's a project that's been in development for like 3 years, and it's announcing soon. So I'm very excited for that as well, and I think that there's a lot of just a lot of promise as far as RTS. It's there's like 4 or so games that to me at least are going to be worth trying and looking into, and that's awesome.
Yeah, and then there's the Command and Conquer game that's coming out soon, or the not Command and Conquer game, but the
I still have
something.
that meme. Shit, I need to go find it. It's the
Looking
one from
forward
the there was a preview on the same one that Stormgate did, right?
Sorry?
The same show that Stormgate previewed on.
Oh, the PC gaming show?
Oh, are you talking about Tempest Rising?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
not
okay, that's not the one.
Dorfromantic.
Damn.
Are you talking about like Dorfromantic from?
I actually don't remember what I'm talking about. I gotta go find the meme picture.
Oh yeah. I like this, but I like this more.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
this
that's Dorfromantic.
is great, but yeah, but I like this.
Yeah. Because I was so much more excited about that. Yeah, Barrett made it, exactly. Than I was for the Stormgate preview, actually. But that's not unfair, because I already saw the Stormgate preview. So just keep that in mind. Oh, do you have it? Oh, no, that's not it.
Someone mentioned Day 9 as well in chat. Like Day 9 also got a studio funded, so
another
that
one.
might be
Oh, so
further
it
down
is
the
separate
line,
from Day 9's thing. Okay.
It is separate from Day 9's thing, yeah.
And then Salamander just mentioned there's this RTS coming out that won Epic money called Smellugs Rising. And the only reason I know about it is because they just followed my Twitter like 20 minutes ago.
They did the same for me. Interesting.
That's awesome.
Interesting.
I assumed it was because ZombieGrub tweeted about us, and ZombieGrub has a bigger following, but
Oh, I don't know. Was I followed by them?
I don't know. Were you?
What are they
I
called?
was not. I was not. I just looked into it.
Smell Logs Rising. Twitter.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Smell logs rising.
That's a terrible name.
It's
smell logs. How do you spell
Smellog-
smell logs?
Smell Logs Playground, I guess. Sorry.
I'm sorry,
Smell
that's a
Logs
terrible
Playground.
name.
Oh, I see. I see.
Here's the thing.
Is it meant to be like
Oh, they already
golems
follow me,
backwards? I think it's meant to be golems backwards because it looks like they use golems in their thing.
Yeah, and well, I mean, I would imagine that anything Golem is rather toxic in video games right now after that last the Golem release.
What do you mean? That was such a great
my
game.
God.
This looks like a fun game, no?
I don't
I haven't looked at
know. It kind of does.
I can't
Oh,
tell.
it says this. Here's the website, or at least the like the IGN thing.
Okay.
It says it's launching soon for PC.
Oh, interesting. Maybe it's an auto battler or something.
It kind of looks like it.
Yeah. It's a free real-time strategy game. Real-time strategy. I guess that's technically an RTS actually.
I'll follow them back.
So I'm looking at the trailer for it. The person who won it got like a gift box thing or something, and they got 3 versions of, I can't quite read it, but I think it says Vanille Velasquez. So
Well, it's
this is a whole interesting thing.
Huh.
It is it is theoretically based on, Aztec iconography, whatever. Why can't I replay the video?
Yeah, this is the worst video player ever.
It's so bad. I can't pause it. I can't do anything. What is
It's
this?
terrible.
IGN. Jeez.
Not IGN.
I mean, Reddit has a terrible video player too, though. What's with the terrible video
Yeah, but, like,
players?
It's
It's
not this
Quantum. It's
bad.
Quantum. You see this? We're thrilled to announce our latest creation, a brand new map generator for Smellox Playground, inspired by the wave function collapse algorithm. That's cool.
I don't know what that means.
Damn.
What does that
I mean,
mean?
the wave function is like wave propagation is like how you model so much like energy flow and transfer and partial differential equations. But I can't
Those
imagine
were-
that's what this is.
Those were many words.
It's just inspired by it. Yeah, it's just easy. Yeah.
So what do you guys?
It's just a
This
way
is
to say random. Like it's good. It's well made random, I guess. as far
this
as
is
the
this is a
mechanics.
random question because we're talking about kind of different RTSs right now, and there's one that Harstum and Grubby both did a couple videos about. Is it? I forget what it's. Is it Tiny War?
Yeah. It's the 2D thing.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
What do you guys think about single resource RTS? Because I know that like we're used to 2 resource RTS, but I'm not against it so much. Like single resource
called?
RTS, it certainly simplifies the game in a nice way, and you can still make a very dynamic game.
What's it called?
Tiny War, I think.
Tiny War.
Or is it
Yeah,
someone saying Little War Game?
Tiny War
maybe
games.
Little War Game. Yeah. That something like that.
It's a browser
I can't
RTS.
find it. I can't find a little war game, something like that. I'll type.
Yeah, Little War Game, all one word.com.
What
Yeah.
the
Oh,
hell?
okay.
Yeah, like back to your question though, Steadfast. I really
this
like
website?
multiple resources. I'm not saying it has to be just 2, but I really like
Yeah.
multiple resources because it allows for it's a more interesting kind of economic structure, right? Because you can
Mhm.
what do you need? You have different opening opportunities, whereas this one is I'm going to get gold or wood or whatever it is. But on top of that, it's another lever you can use to gate things. You have if it's just everything costs gold, then you have to get a lot more weird with your it has to be building gated or something, whereas you can kind of have it's more decision making. I don't know. I'm a big fan. But what is ZombieGrub laughing at?
Okay, first
She,
of all, I was
booted it up.
laughing at the fact that this looked like I joined a game on my 1998 Macintosh. But then second of all, I'm now looking at the spectator. You can spectate.
Where's the
Oh wow.
See, I can either play or spectate.
Cool.
Wait, how do I take myself away from spectating? Ah!
The
Okay.
music kind of slaps, I'm not gonna lie.
That got so much louder, actually.
It's very loud, yeah.
You guys can't hear it. Hold on. There you go.
But you can't spectate a game that's in progress.
Oh, I see.
But either way, what do you guys? Yeah, it's a bit of a bop, right? It's a little.
A bit of a bop. It's so loud though. How do I?
So loud.
That would be funny if it was just like everything was great about it, but the one thing that they dug their heels on was you can't adjust the volume. Just decided for, and you can't even like mute the site or anything. You just have to play with it like just absolutely blasting into your eardrums.
I feel like I just kicked a player out of their own lobby.
Well done, ZombieGrub. This is esports right now.
What? I'm not playing. What the hell is this game?
Come on, people.
It's very like, from what I saw, because I saw Grubby playing a little bit, like it's very lane push focused, right? Like, if you can get a, like, if we can see the minimap for a second, ZombieGrub.
Sure. Oh yeah, it looks exactly like an arcade game in Warcraft, honestly.
Oh yeah, it does. I don't think the 1v1 is like this though.
No, the 1v1 is like the game I saw they were all like, I think there was maybe more on the map on the top side, but they were just shoving through it like a lane pretty much on the bottom side. And they had multiple avenues, but the map feels very, what's the word? Closed.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
like
very,
very, very segmented.
Oh, they have camps. I'm not gonna lie. The more I look at this game, the more I like it.
It looks fun. Like honestly, like it's basic and like I just watched a little bit of Hearthstone stuff, but like he was doing meaningful micro.
Oh, you can zoom in so much.
Zombie.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my!
It's dead.
Apparently, you zoomed in too much.
You broke everything.
As the stream goes down.
Whoops! Zoom power.
We're not zoomer enough. We're not enough zoomers, ZG.
Clearly not. Usually
that is amazing that it just crashed the stream.
Although unironically I didn't get a casting gig the other day because I was not enough of a zoomer. So it's
wow, you weren't young enough.
True.
Oh my goodness.
Not even young enough, like literally zoomer.
Literally, it wasn't that. Yeah, I was literally told, "Oh, you don't have enough zoomer energy," as I think the actual quote.
Really? That's amazing.
My goodness, you have no idea how loud this was, chat. It was so fucking loud. It's actually pleasant sounds. I'm gonna let you guys hear it again.
So what I'm hearing here is that not today, but it kind of feels almost like a Nexus Wars type idea, with more control. But what I'm hearing here, ZG, is that some point in the future, not today, because I think Steadfast and I kind of have hard limits on things, but next RTS is just us playing Nexus Wars.
Clearly,
not Nexus Wars. I'm sorry, little war game. Yeah,
little war game. I got way too distracted by that. That was fascinating. My bad. So good strategy games are on the horizon. I'm not sure any of them are going to be an esport, but the lobby's filled up pretty fast. People are playing that game. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
So moving on.
Seems decent.
Yeah, moving on. We were just talking about, like, I think we didn't really discuss it. We kind of got distracted by RTS, but StarCraft 2 on Steam. Kat said it was generally a good thing. Then we discussed like why launchers are or necessary. But then I guess kind of the question as well is, Bamel, if it's your turn, like, is it a good thing? Is it more beneficial? Is it worth Blizzard to put all their games on Steam?
Do it yesterday, please. Like, I understand why you want. I mean, we talked about it. I understand why you want your own launcher from you don't have to pay them. You can kind of get cross exposure to other games. But I mean, just from the simple fact that you can have more than 100 friends on Steam, and you can't have that in the StarCraft game, that by itself is fantastic. I mean, there really is no downside unless maybe StarCraft makes a little bit less money, but Blizzard's abandoned it anyways. I really.
Well, that would be the biggest problem, though, wouldn't it, actually? If, let's say, hypothetically, StarCraft is making $100,000 a year. I'm just throwing out a number. And Steam costs how much?
Well, no, I believe with Steam, it's a cut of sales. So it's not.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, so
yeah,
like
it's percentage, right?
Yeah,
30%.
Yeah.
that's the only thing that would make sense. I guess they could actually just require an upfront fee, but that makes more sense. Okay. Then it takes away, let's say 30% of that. Yeah, are they really going to care about 100,000 going into 70,000? If that means they actually sell any more games.
So here's another question, though. Do we think this is kind of getting this all set up, right? Getting it off the launcher, Overwatch specifically, because that's like one of the big games. Is this a precursor to getting ready for Windows gaming? Whatever the Microsoft gaming subscription is, right? Obviously, it's a different back end, different ecosystem, whatever. But is this kind of prepping Blizzard and prepping Blizzard fans to kind of get used to what's it called? It's Microsoft Games Service, whatever it is. Like the Game Pass. There we go. Is this just getting ready for Game Pass? Like effectively, it's like, oh, we're gonna be on Game Pass. Might as well be on Steam. Let's go everything. Okay, fine. Because every Microsoft game is on Steam. AoE's on Steam now, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, which I think this, I told CatZ would kind of be like a Steam/Microsoft acquisition conversation, because I think it's going to kind of inevitably tie in together, which is like, I think you're right. I think it's kind of prepping them a little bit. But then I would say undoubtedly Microsoft Game Pass would be a much bigger deal for StarCraft.
Oh yeah,
you know, both in like for both parties as well. Like Steam is just like, yeah, if you want to join the party, like come in, but I'm not going to pay attention to you. But for Microsoft, I feel like they actually get quite a big boost when they get to say they have legacy games on Game Pass, and then they can also include whatever bonus that they would want, which I'm not sure is very easy to do on Steam. If they're like, we're going to make a new commander just for Steam, like how hard is that to do? Probably harder than if Microsoft owned everything and was like, we're going to do that for Game Pass. If I had to guess, I don't actually know.
I wonder from this conversation if it's even possible for StarCraft to onboard and transfer onto Steam, because it doesn't generate revenue, right? Like it's not a game as a service type deal, where I imagine it would be most beneficial to be on Steam for the exposure and then sell your product and you know, like subsequent products from it. But StarCraft was a boxed product right on launch, which means it already sold the copies that it's going to sell. And then there was some game as a service kind of like added as like almost fan service and trying to keep things like going at some point, but it's not really by any stretch like at the core of what made StarCraft any money or Blizzard any money. So I wonder from possible for a game that's already launched and that doesn't have revenue, doesn't generate revenue to go to Steam.
That's what I was wondering, is if it's even worth for a game like StarCraft to go on Steam. Because it's like, yes, I guess they'd be making more money kind of, well, not no matter what, because they could still buy it on Battle.net.
But you don't even sell StarCraft. It's free to play now.
Well, you sell the campaigns.
That's true. I guess the campaigns would be the only thing to sell.
Yeah. Now, that's something else that people have been certainly talking about, is that, because ultimately your question is correct, which is like, is it really worth it? But Overwatch 2 is also free to play. So that's what's really quite confusing about this, is like, well, obviously one's bigger and certainly more in like the public eye at this point, but they both had the same conundrum, which is like, you don't buy it. And if anything, you buy more of StarCraft stuff because you have to buy the campaigns. Well, 2 of them.
What if we sold skins?
Wait, the stream went down again.
Yeah, we it's been happening, so we're just kind of ignoring it while we
sold skins.
Yeah, that's that. But I think you're getting at a point, even though you're making a joke, though, right? Which is like,
yeah.
But the skin sales would never go to Steam or anything.
No, they would. If you're talking about on Steam, because they would be sold through the Steam market. Like you would buy it through the Steam marketplace.
So I think you might have missed where I said like Xbox would be better because they could probably add on additional buy-ins on Microsoft easier than Steam. I was guessing that Steam tie-in products are much more difficult than a Microsoft tie-in, you know? Get their co-op commander on Xbox Game Pass only versus get your co-op commander on Steam only. Probably more difficult for Steam, and you'd be giving them a cut of your money.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just don't think that would be worth it. But as far as getting more eyes on the campaign, because basically we're talking about the campaign box, but digital form, it would undoubtedly be more eyes, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
because I also think that just in general, StarCraft on Steam would get more eyes, not because it is Steam, but that's part of it, but also because I really do truly believe that if we could have had a consistent website that literally just was like, here's how many players are playing, that was thrust into people's faces every time they opened a browser, a lot of the self-defeating people would be hushed up. The people who are like, StarCraft's dead, not enough people. They've been saying since 2012. Because it was 2019 in which we were told that number-wise, we would be in the top 10 played games of Steam. So it's not even that you'd have to go and look for it. You'd be like, what's the most popular games on Steam being played right now? And you would go and find StarCraft, which I imagine many people do. I don't personally.
I don't either, yeah. Like, sorry. If it was a Steam sale, I look at like the top games on Steam that have like on the Steam sale in terms of like what's been getting bought to see if there's anything I'm interested in. But yeah, I think the more powerful thing actually, you talk about those ZombieGrub, is a lot of games. I'm pulling like from Dota here or things, but like you open the game itself and it says, you know, X number of people online, and that to me that is probably a more useful stat for like a multiplayer game to say these are the number of people online
I've never
right
noticed
now.
it.
I think Dota has that. I'm actually gonna pull it up and see.
I mean, I'm not doubting it. Yeah, I've just never noticed.
I could be wrong.
It is weird because StarCraft also has had that when you popped into StarCraft, right? It literally tells you there's this many people playing on this region.
Really?
I'm fairly certain about that.
See, I've just never looked for those.
No, I
Like,
hardly ever
believe
look
you
either.
both. I just
No, I hardly ever
Is that
look.
in general chat?
I probably. Someone once in chat wants to corroborate because I'm fairly certain about this, but I don't actually remember because I don't look at it. But I think it is absolutely a different thing when it's on Steam, and then it's kind of like you could even make that a selling point of like part of its landing page. And when again, competitive people look for games being played, they want to be a part of whatever new game is popular. They see StarCraft right there and they're like, oh shit, StarCraft's actually still popular? Fuck, okay, let me try that again. As opposed to what happens now, which you got to get them into StarCraft to tell them that it's popular. That doesn't make any sense.
That's why there's like a Reddit thread like every 3 days of like, can I still get into the game?
Yeah.
Right? It would be self.
Is it worth it to get into StarCraft too?
Is it that though, or is it karma farming? Like,
no, it's people asking for sure.
I think it's real people. Yeah.
The barrier to any entry has lowered so much in today's world. I'm gonna fucking boomer talk right now, but seriously, it actually ruins people. I swear to God. But you know what I mean, right? Where it's like, I feel like back in the day, okay, you wanted to find something. All right, let's go way far back. You had to go to the fucking library. God forbid. And then, you know, a computer came out and the internet came out, and then you had to know how to boot up a computer and get to the internet, which actually was a thing that was a bit difficult in the 90s. And now, you know, it's obviously easier. And it's even easier because now you can just ask, hey, Siri. I feel like it has ruined people, all right? It has ruined people, okay? The amount of people who come into my chat and are like, where's your name from? And I'm like, oh, you just scroll down below to figure it out. What happened to Base Trade TV? Oh, you could just Google that. Is StarCraft too good? You could fucking Google that as well. Like, it's just the basic questions that are so easily looked up that really bother me. So someone, instead of being like, I'll do my own research, I will simply put in this phrase into Google. Is StarCraft 2 worth playing? No. I'm going to go to Reddit, make a thread, and make sure someone tells me because I apparently am lazy, but a different way lazy. What?
Right. So ZombieGrub, it gets worse. There was a study recently, right, that said like that, and this is true, like me being a boomer here, but there was a study that kind of like, okay, where are teens effectively getting their information from? Are they Googling things? Like, where if they're going to go search for something, where are they going to look? Are they going to use Google? Are they going to use whatever? And you know what the biggest response was?
Ask
TikTok.
Jeeves.
TikTok. Yeah, they will like literally. It's I'm going to go into TikTok and Google and search not Google. I'm going to search something on TikTok, and that's how I'm going to find what the information I'm looking for. I'm not going to Google it and read a web or find whatever it is. I'm going to find some TikTok about it.
It's absurd. It's actually a thing. I already discussed this a little bit in my stream once about how apparently Zoomers are legitimately bad with computers.
Yeah,
like I kind of offhandedly mentioned that in this show, but it's actually a thing. And because we had about 20 years of all of our parents saying you're the millennial, figure this PC out. I think all of us assumed that the next generation would get the same fucking thing, and they only get it.
If anything.
Yeah, exactly. They get even better, but the only thing they're good at is mobile. It's so weird.
So ZombieGrub, are you an only child or do you have a
siblings?
Sibling? Is your
Two older siblings.
Okay. So my argument was going to be like, I was that guy because I was the older kid. So I was always going to fix things, right? Because I learned things a little bit more. But I guess I don't have that argument because if you were the go fix it and you were the youngest sibling, then, never mind.
It also helps what type of person you are, right? Because I was also more the book nerd and computer nerd than my brothers. One of them was a BMXer, another one was like a football player.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I also think that they are also a little bit older than the expected millennials, because I think they technically are, but like one of them is bordering on the Gen X. Was that the one before us? So
okay.
Anyway, that aside, the point is like these things are now, you have to consider it a lot. And I know to tie it in a little bit with the RTS and Stormgate's goals is that they're obviously trying to make sure that we appeal to a casual market. But they have to not just catch up to the market that is right now, which StarCraft missed out on because it was developed too soon, but they have to think about the market in the future, which apparently is going to be 17-year-old Zoomers on their phone being like, how do I play this game? Looking on TikTok, like, what is Stormgate? Like, that's absurd to me, but that apparently is what's going to happen.
Do people not have phones?
That guy was so right.
Games.
Stop hating on him. He's right.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Exactly. Anyway, Steadfast, your thoughts on StarCraft 2 on Steam potentially?
Yes. Please.
Good. More, thank you. Yeah.
Again, but without the articles.
Yeah, you guys already said it. It's good. It's more eyes on the game. While I'm asking for things that I know I won't get, release StarCraft 2 remastered on Steam.
I've had more people
StarCraft
ask me about
2
that
remastered?
potential. Yeah, I've had more people ask me about that.
StarCraft 2 remastered would be a great decision.
It actually would be. Okay, so people immediately turn this idea down because graphically it's fine. Right. And as far as booting up the game and it working, it's also fine most of the time.
Yeah.
But I actually think a remaster, should they actually because we have like these remake versus remaster versus like another one that I forget. If they literally made the game again, as sometimes these games do, because they're games that were made back on the Sega Genesis, so they have to literally remake the game to work on the PC, that would actually be a huge boost to us.
Oh,
not immediately.
Multicore StarCraft?
Yeah, but exactly. Like their little spaghetti code they've had since 2006 would finally get fixed. We no longer would have a Colossus bug appearing out of the fucking nowhere. Like, that would actually be so great, but obviously a huge investment for something that doesn't really make sense.
Also, Blizzard's lost almost most people that worked on StarCraft. Do you trust current Blizzard to remaster StarCraft and have it be better than what we have right now?
I trust Microsoft puppeting the corpse of Blizzard to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. They're still like obviously people can learn how to do it again, but they're lacking so much institutional knowledge right now.
Yeah, that's where the puppeteer comes in. The corpse doesn't have to do anything. It just sits there and doesn't fall off the strings.
Wait. No. Microsoft doesn't have Microsoft doesn't have the knowledge to puppet properly. Relic, right, which made AoE, the fact that they're like, oh, look, there's no fucking way Stormgate does 64 tick. It's 8 is the most you can do. Right? Like, no, there's no knowledge there. Well, maybe there's some, but like, you get the point.
I don't know. Then whatever. Microsoft's rich enough to pay a good puppeteer. Like, I'm not letting go of this metaphor. I'm driving it into the ground. No, Microsoft has the money to get a good third-party developer that would be able to do it. Like, and
Like who?
maybe that means you pay Ali Obbs like $10 million. I don't know. But like, that man deserves the bag anyway, so fucking give it to him. And if he produces StarCraft Remastered and it's rebuilt from the ground up, fuck yeah.
I mean, they have teams to do that as well, right? Like most of the Blizzard teams like have like their own building and shit, and they're huge. But then there's also like the classic games team that was kind of in charge of remastered for both Brood War and Warcraft 3 and then StarCraft 2 as well. And it's like a relatively small team in a relatively small building that's managing 3 games, you know? So yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in Blizzard Remastered from that perspective. Like they've never really, at least from what I've seen, like internally, they never really invested many resources into it comparatively, right? Like it was never like this huge undertaking, and I think that's always showed in like just how shitty the remasters are on launch and like how many like features are missing and you know, like just the general disappointment of people who feel like it's just a cash grab.
Don't worry, cats. They're remastering the remaster
Yeah.
for Warcraft. So
Yeah.
Wait, really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
No
my
way.
God.
I
Yeah,
actually don't know
they're
how
reforging the reforge.
I don't know how official that is. I'm still a little confused on that. Because basically you had, like, the past 20 years, you had people make a better service than Blizzard could. So, like, Shield Battery is still a better service than the Brood War servers for Blizzard. And
W3C.
Yeah, and then Warcraft had the same type of thing where they had a group of people who were very dedicated and they'd made their entire own thing. But then I have heard many rumors saying that is a potential, is that they're actually going to fix Reforged. They're going to forge the Reforged.
That's
So,
cool.
we're going to see. But that whole teams thing reminded me just another like asshole move from Overwatch League. They announced that Overwatch League $6 million thing the same day they announced Overwatch 2 on Steam. And it's apparently like no communication was between the actual team that worked on Overwatch and the Overwatch League people. So Overwatch team was like, this is fantastic. Finally some good news. We're going on Steam, guys. Everyone's going to be so happy. And then Overwatch League was like, fuck you.
No, I can't believe that. There must be some channel communication.
Not that, like well, as always, a rumor, but the rumor was literally out there that very much directly the Overwatch team was very upset.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a huge disconnect. At least for StarCraft, like the esports team and the team were fairly connected always, you know?
I mean, when it's 2 people, cats, I mean...
That's right, like... and no, it's definitely like a smaller team, and yeah, like I said, it seems like Blizzard has some priorities when it comes to esports, so there's no doubt in my mind that there's got to be like a higher up team that's making these decisions that are more...
So you know the metaphor where you have like the right hand and isn't talking to the left hand? Mm-hmm. So that's like the right hand didn't tell the left hand that they pulled the pin out of the grenade the left hand was holding. And then it just went off. And the right hand was like, so sorry. Good luck in your future endeavors.
We'll give that like the one-handed high five now. We're good.
That's a thing that you can actually do. Like, so if you remove the corpus callosum, like the thing that like merges together the left and right brain, you'd effectively have 2 minds that are working separately, and you wouldn't be able to communicate between them. Like you would literally not know what your right hand wouldn't know what your left hand is doing.
Oh God, yeah, I believe
that might be the greatest metaphor, the greatest comparison I'll ever make. I'm just gonna retire now.
We have the YouTube video, Steadfast just making metaphors for 5 hours straight.
That's all the highlights.
3 hours straight.
The highlights of Steadfast metaphors. My current competition for that will definitely be Harstom's comparisons on his videos.
Mm,
well, don't worry. I saw someone in chat 2 hours ago saying your metaphors were better, so we're good.
Yeah. So, Steam on StarCraft on Steam would be fantastic. A StarCraft remaster would be fantastic, but that's probably a little more out there because aside from fixing all of the bugs that are in the cogs, the surface still looks nice and clean. So probably not the biggest of deals. But Microsoft is basically acquiring Activision Blizzard. I mean, I feel like that's been a fact since it was announced.
Yeah.
I know that they have lots of money and the world doesn't work as it should, which sometimes illegal things work in our favor. I'm not accusing of Microsoft doing illegal things, but, you know, if big ass companies did, I would not be surprised. So in this case, Microsoft actually acquiring Activision Blizzard would be great for us. I really do believe that. And I absolutely believe that they would take the opportunity to put us on Game Pass. And if that's the only thing they ever did, that would be better than the current situation.
Yeah. Look, it's really tempting to say anything's better than nothing. But the way Blizzard has done things over the last several years has taught us that is actually not correct. In this case, though, I tend to agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited. I hope, although we're gonna have to wait longer. You know, the deadline was 2 weeks ago, I think. But of course, because they got it through almost, the deadline is now, I think, mid-October to get the deal through. So that actually, you know, okay. So talking about StarCraft Esports for a second, my kind of headcanon pocket theory was that the reason we didn't have a World Championship announced, just that there was going to be a World Championship, was that ESL is kind of waiting for the deal to go through, and then maybe there's a chance that we actually get money again. Because again, there was a lot of discourse around the time saying, okay, the reason this deal wasn't re-upped because it's really hard to sign deals like that during immersion acquisition. So once the deal's through, okay, fine, we're going to shove that down the road. That's why we're not going to announce it's Katowice. It's a tournament. It's going to happen. We don't know what it is. Which then means that if the merger is now shoved through to October, or I think whatever it is, mid-October, that makes that a little harder now. And not impossible, but, you know, there's a big difference between something being done in July and you having 8 months to get it organized versus October and suddenly, you know, you're working for Atlanta. If it's Katowice again, like, it's just not as much time. So I don't know if that's a tie-in or not. I don't know if that's just my own kind of headcanon and reading into things too much, but
I could believe that is a reason, actually. I mean, that's maybe hopium, but I could definitely believe that's a reason. I don't think that actually impacted the global final announcement.
Okay.
I think they might be two different things if, you know, it exists at all. Yeah, my suspicion is that they literally just, you know, they were shoved away from the arena, which is ultimately a good thing, but I would not be surprised if that ended up being a like a side effect that's good, you know? Like you took anxiety pills and you lost weight, which you wanted to do anyways, and you're like, oh. But I'm pretty sure they're just like, what is StarCraft doing in the arena? And we were like, yeah, what are we doing there? So we got pushed to the side, and that's fine, because that actually was better for us. But it probably was also ESL like, what are you guys doing at Katowice in Gen? Like, could we not put you somewhere else?
I mean, I
don't know.
I really was kind of thinking when the rumors were coming out back in, what was it, March, that Gamers8 was going to be our world championship. With now obviously timeline was wrong, but with how, because the Dota tournament is happening right now, the Gamers8 Riyadh, and that is the world championship of the Dota 2 EPT circuit that they announced this year. Granted, it was 2 Dream Leagues in this.
Wait, it's not the international anymore?
No, so TI is Valve's world championship, right? But ESL, as part of the big Saudi investment thing, Gamers8, they announced their own ESL Pro Tour, which was I believe it was just the 2 Dream Leagues. Yeah, because the ESL major was Valve. And you would get points from A, participating in Dream Leagues and doing well there, or B, participating in other tournaments that were of sufficient quality. So kind of like how EPT works right now, except ESL isn't like the sole hegemon of all the tournaments, kind of like it is here, where they have a lot of control over other events that want to be part of EPT. And then based on those seedings, you got invited to Gamers8 Riyadh, which is happening right now. That $17.5 million tournament.
Well, I was going to say, when something gets enough money, it doesn't matter what anyone says, it becomes the world championship. That's just how it works. It, like, if there's a $500 million tournament, I don't care that anyone says, you know, well, but it didn't have the prize pool monies that went into it, like prize pool money is what I'm saying. It didn't have the like standings, the point standings that fed into it. It's like, okay, but what is the tournament that every player is going to practice for the absolute fucking hardest? The one where if you come 10th place, you walk away with 17 Ferraris worth of money. You know, like that's the world championship. I don't like you for sure for something like I am Katowice. We're going to say that it's the world championship because it's like led into it. But I do think Gamers8 has like a bit of a valid statement to say that it is kind of a pseudo world championship anyways, because the prize pool is so big.
Yeah. If you consider the world championship to be the most important thing, if that's the the definition, then yes. But obviously world championship would need more people from different regions, I think.
Yeah, and there's a lead up and a story and a point system like leading up, like it's. But ultimately, but I agree, it's huge.
Yeah, exactly. Steadfast, right? If there's enough money, and people are going to be talking about that one years to come, not the other one. Yeah. So I don't know if Gamers8 is there for all the tournaments, but I think we do need to move on. So not sure we finish our whole statement, but I do want to fit in Coliseum. That would have been a great segue to Gamers8, but just to point out to everyone that we do have the Masters Coliseum happening in StarCraft 2. So apparently, Steadfast can talk more about this, but it is a pretty big tournament, and there have been there's been some drama, which we all love to hear about, don't we? So Steadfast, you have the floor.
Okay, so Masters Coliseum, pretty awesome event with Oliveira's success. Of course, that was huge for the Chinese scene, which led to more sponsors, which is amazing. So the WTL guys, they did an awesome thing, and they supplemented the prize pool for the WTL itself, the World Team League proper, as well as came out with the Masters Coliseum 6, which is the 6th version of a tournament that they've run. In addition, they also created the Kung Fu Cups, which ran each week in tandem with the World Team League. Now, the reason I mentioned the World Team League and the Kung Fu Cups together is that you get points from the performing well in the World Team League, and you also get points from performing well in the Kung Fu Cup. So they combine to make good point totals, but it can lead to some weird stuff where players like Showtime, Hero Marine, Gumiho now, who's no longer on Psystorm, they aren't able to collect points as easily. So some of them...
Trigger's collecting a lot of points, I bet, as well.
Trigger did collect a fair number of points, but it's based on individual performance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you get... So the way that it worked is you got 10 points for winning a map or 30 points for winning your series 2-0. And then another 10 points if you won an ace match, I guess. I think that's what it was. But there's 16 spots that were qualified via points, and then 8 spots that go to... regional qualifiers. So region locked qualifiers. So there was 16 players that were already locked up. Lambo, now here's where the drama comes in. And this is all great, by the way. This is awesome. The tournaments were $1,500 a week for the Kung Fu Cup, which is already a pretty great tournament. Yeah. Open casting, which I obviously appreciated a lot. There's some really, really great matches that came out as a result of it. Sorry?
Is it open signups?
It was open signups, yeah. Anyone could have signed up, yeah. So the quality of the matches, Maru played in 2 of them. Everyone was playing these for the most part. But talking about the drama, we had an Asian qualifier that got 1 slot. So there was another 8 slots from the qualifiers. Asian qualifier got 1 slot. Korean qualifier got 2 slots. European qualifier got 2 slots. There's an American qualifier that's coming up, or North American. It'll get 1 slot. And then there'll be a global qualifier that got the last 2 slots. So the one thing the WTL has not done well, and it has been a big problem, is that they have not seeded the Kung Fu Cups many times. So once upon a time, Bian and Maru played in the round of 32. We've had some really silly stuff with some of these matches. Now, it didn't matter for Maru because he fucking swept the shit out of the World Team League. He made it through just on points from not losing a match pretty much in the WTL itself. And that was enough. But
Lambo in this bracket, yeah.
Lambo was 17th in points. So he missed out by 1 spot. And they didn't seed the bracket. He fucking played Hero Marine in the first round. That is really horse shit. That should never have happened. That should never have fucking happened. Now, I don't care how you seed the bracket. Maybe Lambo gets screwed over anyways because maybe they go by Kung Fu Cup points and Hero Marine ends up in like the 8th seed or something and Lambo still has to play him in the qualifying match. But he had to play Hero Marine in the very first round. And you look at the rest of the players on here, I'm not saying Lambo would have made it through for sure. Definitely not. Kellizer has a decent record against him. Elazer's a dangerous opponent. Skillis is a dangerous opponent. Goblin's a dangerous opponent. DNS, Mana, there's lots of players who could have beat him. But the worst opponent for him by far in that bracket is absolutely Big Gabe. And he got fucked. And it really sucks. And now he's going to have to play in the global qualifier, which is going to have Classic, Gumiho, all the players who didn't make it through on this one. It's going to have, I think, Ragnarok. It's going to have like 4 GSL level Koreans. It's going to have whoever doesn't make it through of Estrella, Scarlet, Future, who else? Trigger. It's bad.
Yeah.
Wait. Those are you're just saying that like the expected North American.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that, like, for example, Scarlet doesn't play or Trigger doesn't play. But, it goes from him being... He should have had the number 1 seed, or at the very least, it should have gone by a Ligulac rating, which would have... Because somebody in my chat did the math on that. It would have ended up with Hero Marine and Lambo on opposite sides of the bracket.
Right.
It's a really unfortunate thing on, like, a really awesome situation, like, a really awesome setup. But like I'm just really disappointed, you know?
It does really suck.
Yeah, I'm glad you complain on Lambo's behalf as well because I feel like he's always never lucky.
Yeah, he isn't. This is Jonkoping as well.
Maybe it's an attitude, like maybe he's just bringing himself like the bad luck through just general negativity or something, but there's a consistency to his bad luck, it feels like he keeps getting fucked over every time he says like I don't want to face Clem, I don't want to face Cyril, you know. Then the Jonkoping stuff, then this stuff, and it's like he's just never lucky.
No, you're right.
He's like, I feel pretty good about my my chances against anything but Korean Terrans, and he'll get like a 6-player group with like Bunny, Beyond, Cure, and Maru, and then the other player is like, the other player's like Showtime or something, and it's like, fuck.
No, that's Lambo in a nutshell. He's just never lucky.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, outside of that one, what was the Golden tournament? The one run he had where he lost 4-3 to Cyril in the finals.
Yeah.
Yes, that one. That one was an amazing NetEase, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the next, I think.
Next, sponsored by NetEase.
Yeah. It was like the NetEase,
which we probably won't get any more of, thanks to Blizzard.
Hey! Scared my cat. Yeah. No, you're right. I didn't really put that together, but Lampo does seem to be getting a lot of bad luck, and I think it kind of flies on the radar because he's actually a very good sport about it. I mean, he complains, but in a very correct way, in my opinion.
Yeah, like way less than I. Like I would be such a shithead about this. I would be the biggest asshole of all time about this. I'm doing this on his behalf, and I'm already coming off as a pretty big asshole right now.
Like, imagine, I'm just thinking of the first drama queen, pop star-like figure I can think of in StarCraft 2. But imagine if this was Huck. Like, I feel like there'd be some accusations being thrown around. It would not be. It would not be good. Yeah. But in general, as you were trying to highlight, the tournament is very cool. And, the amount of money that's being put in and all that, especially despite China's circumstances, is really awesome. So the qualifiers are still happening, guys. Tomorrow, I believe, is the Americas qualifier. And then they have 2 more days.
That'll be
tomorrow?
That'll be Friday. Friday night, actually.
Oh, really? It says
American qualifiers Friday?
It says Thursday at 8 p.m. my time.
Oh, okay then. Well, that is
tomorrow at 8 p.m.
That's what I'm reading on Team Liquid, and Team Liquid hardly ever gets
Where
me
do I
wrong.
sign up? Team Liquid or Steadfast? This is a fitty for me.
I mean,
No,
I make
Team
a habit
Liquid
of
for
never
real,
trusting
for sure.
Steadfast. So
No. Yeah, no, you're right. I was looking at
I
I don't know what I was looking at. I thought it was on Friday.
Nope.
I was looking at
go ahead.
10 a.m. CST.
Where does one sign up?
Yeah.
You
What
can
I'm not sure.
okay, so
Here's the challenge link. Got you.
yes,
Thank you.
challenge. Okay, yeah. So go to so this is going to be really handy for a lot of people. I don't know if you can bring it up on screen, ZombieGrub. If you go to a Liquipedia page, I think this is a relatively recent addition.
Been there
If
for a
you
while.
go to the Liquipedia page, right underneath the league information on the right side, there is a set of links, and the one on that is just a bracket will look like, if you click on that, that'll be the challenge link.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, or it'll be the ESL play link for EPT
For the
Cups.
for the EBT Cups, yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll help a lot of people that are like me and couldn't find it ever.
Oh. Yeah. And there's not so many people
Is that
signed
where
up
you
right now.
find it, Bio? Is that where you found it, Bio?
That's how I
Oh,
that's
nice.
how I go and find things.
TL.
Not a ton of people, but Future, who has been kicking ass recently.
Kicking ass and
Um,
taking names.
Yeah, taking big names. Vindicta, Trigger, and Estrella. That's the big ones. So not a lot of people, but it's still really hard for one slot.
For sure.
I
for
can't
sure.
sign up in this thing. I took a game from Vindicta yesterday, so I'm feeling
There we
really
go.
feeling-
Oh.
Wait, was it
And who
yesterday? I
else
mean,
did you
Monday,
take?
Monday.
Who else did you take a map from 2 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago, you were thinking I took a Mac from Max Packs.
Yeah, you
Oh.
Week before last, I beat Geralt though 2-0.
Yeah, I saw that. I had an account in that. I didn't see a ton of it, but it was a lot of proxy hatches, right?
Well, the first game he played Terran actually. Like he asked me if he could play Terran, if I would mind if he played Terran for the first match. I was like, yeah, go for it, man.
Sure.
It's like walking into a sword fight and he's like, hey, do you mind if I use like a blunted weapon? And you're like, yeah, sure, man. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean his Terran's still better than my main for sure. I think like he's 6K or something, right? So I understand that, but I'm sure he regretted it after.
What's
fact.
the what is it? The not Dead by Daylight. Which was the Darkest Dungeon quote? You know, like overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Yeah,
That's what it
he
is.
typed XD, no GG at the end. Crazy. XD.
Well, I think that means Cat's gonna play in the qualifier.
Oh, for sure.
So,
Hype.
anyone casting that here?
Yeah, I will be it for sure.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm doing Project Loki stuff tomorrow, so unfortunately not.
Well, then pay attention to Steadfast stream, guys. So now we can go on to Gamers8, which is the upcoming StarCraft 2 tournaments. We did already do a whole episode or part of an episode on the unfortunate situation that is, what is it, living under capitalism, living in the year 2023, making tough decisions, nothing being perfect, and the general terribleness that is still Saudi Arabia, even as they have made some strides in improving their equality and so on and so forth. So if you want to go look at that previous episode, we are strictly talking about the StarCraft 2 tournament. So we did have the talent announcement as well as the player announcement, which, you know, we knew the players because we had a qualifier 4 months ago. So if you missed it, I am trying to find the Twitter link right now, which I'm sure I'll find eventually. But yeah, what do you guys think? It's a huge amount of money, and I think it's going to be over multiple days. So
Yes, it's a 4-day tournament.
yeah, obviously it's over multiple days. That was a dumb statement, but yeah, I meant more than 3 days. Thank you, Steadfast.
Yeah. I was picking up what you were putting down. It's not just like a weekend tournament, like it's a weekend plus.
Appreciate it.
But
Yeah.
Is it over on Monday then?
No. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
sure. Never mind. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about the announcement photo and how they managed to pick some of the worst pictures? And that is saying a lot because the bar is really fucking low
Okay.
for bad pictures.
You mean for talent announcement or player announcement?
For the talent announcement.
Okay. Yeah, you know, they actually asked us to give us like 3 different headshots to use for this talent announcement. Mine is not any of the ones I picked.
What?
Hmm.
And like,
I don't know why they asked.
that's extra frustrating because like you have like one of the pictures you have that's like actually in your banner is like one of the greatest. Maybe it's not the one in your banner. There's another one that you've used. That is like one of the greatest like talent headshots that
I have some good ones, man.
And I'm intensely jealous because and they use
These are all the worst possible pictures. You're right. I didn't really pay that much attention. I just looked at myself because narcissism.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are all terrible.
Colossus looks like the Terminator. He looks like there's no soul behind the eyes. There's nothing there. He looks so mad, ready to kill you. DeMuslim looks just generally disgusted, which is pretty on point for a Brit. But it's still just Loco, for some reason, they managed to get him mid-sentence looking very ill. Like, just really not looking healthy.
The shadows are not working for him, man.
The shadows don't do much for him. Yeah. Rachel Seltzer looking like
he's the
very,
smiling guy as well, right?
He is. He's a really charming, charismatic, and handsome guy. Rachel, they've got her right there. She's doing
but she's kind of off center. It's like almost like an artistic thing, but
and it's just weird as hell. And then the fact that they Tasteless looks mad as fuck right there too. He's like, "Why did you put me in this fucking picture? Why am I centered?" And everyone has these bars going across them, and it makes it look even worse. Like it just Wardy actually just looks chill as fuck. He's like,
Wardy's great. Wardy's picture is good actually. I like it.
Wardy's picture looks completely fine.
Wardy
looks completely fine.
Artosis's picture looks like the picture was taken where he was taking his family to Niagara Falls. Like his arms over his.
Yeah, that's fair. Although, I mean, I think realistically, like the one that got hit the worst there is Roddy. Like he looks like he's fucked undead.
Say,
Roddy's really blown out.
The more you look at Roddy, the weirder it gets, actually. And he's
it's
a
like
handsome,
an optical
charming
illusion.
man. Just to be clear, and I think his smile is fantastic. I love his laugh. But the exact moment of this picture taken does not do him justice.
For sure. Yeah, you're right about that.
You're right.
I hadn't noticed this. Crazy.
I wonder if they had problems with the copyrights of the other pictures. I don't know.
Are all of these look like they're at least maybe not Rachel's, maybe not Seltzer's because she didn't do Katowice, but the rest of these look like they're. No, Ben wasn't at Katowice,
from a
so never mind.
Almost it feels like.
Yeah, like it looks like Katowice, but
I have to say this. Soylent Green, Roddy looks like a nice lesbian aunt. Just the sentence got me, but the more that I think about it.
He looks like he'd approve of whatever your life choices were, He'd guide you on the right path.
You go in the house and there's like the set of patchouli in the air,
Oh my.
This is not where I thought this was going to go, but I love it.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I can't really remember talking about that.
It's the journey, not the destination, CG.
Absolutely. I interrupted
Tasteless
something.
does just look confused to be there. Like, he's like...
His picture is good, though. His picture is at least,
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
he looks good. It's just the timing of the picture for every single picture was, truly awful. They literally were just they were like, "Ha, candid camera," and you're like, "I hate this. Please delete that." And they're like, "Ha, don't worry. We're saving it for something later."
The trick is that they're just establishing a new meta, right? Where this one is going to be, a moderately bad picture, and they're just going to every talent announcement from now on, trying to get a progressively worse picture, until people catch on to it.
I see.
I didn't like the last talent picture. They used the same talent picture for me all of this year, except for this one, and I didn't like that one either, actually. And the worst thing is, they're using pictures that they never give us. That is actually one of the worst things for me. Because we'll be like, "Can you get us the pictures? Can you give us the link? Can you give us the code?" And they used to not do it, but we would ask directly, and then they would give it to us. And now even if we ask directly, they just, they don't respond, or they, whatever. So then they're even using pictures that I guess we don't really like, that we don't even have access to. It's like...
They could have used these, right, from, say, 2022. Which are in general just...
Oh, yeah. I loved the
Katowice those are really good announcements.
Yeah, I liked it.
Oh, man. Pig is looking like... people are looking like supermodels on this one. God damn.
Right?
Right?
Pig, wow, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
That's
What?
actually from an old picture of him too.
Oh God. Except me, I look very.
I think
Looking a
this
little
is
off.
nice. I think it's just very nice.
That was a doofy picture for sure. Oh boy.
Well, when you put it up against us.
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
hard to
if
compete, you know.
if you'd put me up as a part of that talents announcement, like the one for Gamers8, I would have fit right in. That would have been right on par.
Oh, amazing.
But yeah, the pictures for this one look really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's really funny to put those next to each other and just know that just consider that cameras, we have the same level of camera technology at the time of both of these pictures,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. No, it actually, these are pictures I have not even seen, I don't think, in any other talent announcement. It feels like they were forced to use a different database,
Yeah.
Not really that important, of course, but the more we look at it, the more we want to talk about it. So, and then I love this. Okay, I need to shout out this one guy, all right? I need to make fun of this one guy. It was today that I got this tweet. It's somewhere here. Okay, so this tweet right here, I just thought was like the funniest, most anal internet comment ever. Not because of the analness that is over and out is incorrect, but he's like, grammar note, also human rights note, and it's like the grammar fix and the human rights violation note is just like right there next to each other.
Hey,
No one says
don't you
over and
know-
out, it's one or the other. Also, I wish for good games for the fans, but the location still has me completely torn. I just found the dichotomy, perhaps is the right word, just very fascinating. It's a very internet comment to me.
And by the way, people say over and out because, it's in movies. People say,
Oh, for sure.
saying no one says it is incorrect. But, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel? So it's clearly they tried to do something fun with this. And by the way, the Brood War tournament is like $50,000. And everything in this announcement is themed like Brood War, not StarCraft 2. What's up with that?
Oh, you mean the
Meanwhile-
talent announcement?
Yeah, sorry, the talent announcement is the Brood War setup. But they did try to do things, they were clearly trying to do fun things for other games too. I put a link in our chat for the Dota talent announcement where they had all the talent in the art of different heroes. I don't think they did anything super interesting for the fighting game announcement, but I don't know. I think it probably would have been better if they just actually did art.
Oh man,
Right?
come on.
Yeah, it looks.
I mean, granted,
cool.
this is a $500,000 tournament, and they're a $17.5 million tournament, so
Yeah.
different budgets. But
All
let's be
right.
real.
I
Well,
think
let's
it's
be
probably
honest. It's a
because-
pretty blank check. No.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they're doing okay over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, though, budgets are assigned to things.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
probably
sure
just
they
a
are.
lot of productions. I doubt it's on one overarching production that does this for everyone, because then there would be a theme. I think it's just such a big tournament with so many moving pieces that you have kind of the StarCraft 2 ESL teams stepping in as StarCraft 2 to help Riyadh Masters kind of organize. It's and then the Dota team at ESL, which is a completely different set of people, different set of production equipment and budget, probably jumping in for the Dota part. And I think that's kind of where you get just such a
Well,
clash.
In fairness, also, they would have had to give. I don't know when the talent was confirmed, but just based on history of esports past, they would have had to have the talent announced, or they would have to have had the talent confirmed far enough in advance that the art could get made, so they could do it. Which
Does
Right.
prove to often be a problem.
it's not always the case.
Are you allowed to say just when you got reached out?
Yeah. They actually reached out quite decent time because the visas. We had to get visas as well as health insurance, travel insurance with health.
When was this? When more or less?
3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Which for StarCraft is extraordinary.
See, I mean, yeah, that sounds like a short call time for me. I got reached out maybe 3 weeks ago or even just 2 weeks ago at this point to do what I
Yeah.
did in Atlanta, something similar to what I was doing in Atlanta, just content on the side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but being Peruvian, I actually need like a visa that I can't get online or anything like that, and
Oh, it's not easy.
not easy. No, like I would have to go to either Peru or like a different state to get it, and on top of that, like my mom was already like scheduled to visit, so I just kind of like couldn't make it to that specific role. And I was honestly disappointed. Like as much as I wouldn't mind doing that, I would much rather cast. So
Yeah, for sure. No, that's very interesting because, and this might be towing the line a little bit of what I should or should not say, but they only recently reached out to another person to do sideline, like this morning. So that's weird that they asked you so long ago. They must have gone through a couple different people attempting to get the job, and then
I know of another person that was attempted because they messaged me. Yeah, like I
oh,
don't know, like 3 days ago, and I was like, yeah, I just turned it down yesterday. So
Gotcha,
it's probably
gotcha.
for this, and they were like, it's probably not for that because I already told them that I wouldn't go there. And then the next day they messaged me and they were like, yeah, it was for Gamers8 again.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Interesting. But then they also didn't initially invite a caster. So I guess I'll try to keep it vague to make it okay. But they didn't initially invite one of the casters here. That was also only like last week that they added in a 8th, 7th commentator, whatever it is.
Oh, that's
8th,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, not sure why actually.
The 7th, right? Or is it someone other than
1, 2,
than
3,
the
4,
announcement?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 8 commentators. Sorry, Stachos and Discos. 8 commentators. There was 7 before like last week.
Mm.
Oh, I see. Cool.
Yeah. Also, I think they were still trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen for that Brood War tournament because they did initially ask me to cast, which would have been funny.
Cool.
But yeah, the Brood. They also haven't announced the Legends show matches, but I know who's playing, and it's actually really cool.
Yeah,
I'm very
that'd be
excited.
fun.
Yeah.
What was the other thing I was going to bring up?
Question though, ZombieGrub,
What's
is are you going to remember? I mean, I don't know. I'll actually never mind. I'm not gonna say. I can't say that. Never mind. We're good. I realized. Yeah, we're fine. Ignore it. We're good. We're okay.
Oh, I could cast Brood War. I actually think I would do okay doing it. I certainly wouldn't mistake a regular third hatch from the Zerg as a hidden base, like most StarCraft 2 commentators do. But but I would do a little bit better than that even, and it'd be okay. But it would be funny if they could have gotten Tastosis and then didn't, or if Tastosis was there and then me and like Pig are casting Brood War.
That would be funny.
That would just be the weirdest thing ever. It's Young versus Sniper. God, I would love to see that again. Actually, that'd be fucking fantastic.
Only if he can still type imba, whatever.
Only if they play on the Wings of Liberty patch.
Oh, God.
Lost in. Anyways, the only hint I'll give you for the Legends match is that they're mostly Korean.
Cool.
Well, yes, most of the legends are in fact Korean. ZG, that makes sense.
I have
but not
no
all of
information
them.
on this, so I'm just.
But not all of them.
I'm just gonna make some wild guesses, and you guys can cover your faces or something. I have no information on this whatsoever.
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Nesty.
No.
MVP.
No.
That's all I got. Okay.
Fruit dealer.
Fruit dealer. Oh, that's hype. Fruit dealer.
No, this is like,
Live. Someone said in chat.
God, no.
Savior coming back from the dead.
Oh.
Not actually back from the dead, but
Savior almost joined Root once.
Xavier was playing in a lot of Chinese tournaments. These are the ones that allowed him to.
Yeah.
Remember that time? Or was it like 2 years ago when a random Korean Zerg account started winning everything, and it was like, okay, is this life back?
They also started signing up for a lot of tournaments. They won a couple of Aleem leagues, and Olivia had to be like, give me your PayPal, and then they give like an intermediary or something like that, and then she'd be like, that's not good enough. It was probably life. This was many years ago.
There was a Terran player who I still don't know who they are. Their name was Sai. SIGH. And it's never been known who they were. But it was while a few players were in the military, and I think I know who it was. But I tried to get them to do a show match or two. And they were like, no, like no show, like don't want to do show match. They were just doing like little small online tournaments. But I do think
dominating too. Like it was.
They were very good. They were very good. They were definitely a current GSL caliber player in terms of skill level.
This was an unknown Terran player playing.
This was an unknown Terran player.
Oh,
in the
okay,
sense
so
that I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but I
Yeah.
don't necessarily
Well,
want
there's
to
only
say.
one or two match fixer Terrans in StarCraft 2. So
No, they weren't a match fixers. They were in the military, is what I'm thinking. Because you're not actually allowed to play competitive StarCraft while you're in the military in Korea.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
or you're not allowed to earn money.
Oh, really?
From
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
well-
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. If they're on like a leave, then they can stream and play. That's certainly what Beyond did. But yeah, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
I thought you
No,
were
no, they weren't-
insinuating
they
that
weren't
Yoda was
anything-
back.
No.
Which, by the way, we finally got his name removed from the Championships Cup for Katowice.
Who?
But Yoda.
Oh.
Yeah, Yoda was a match fixer. And then when we were traveling around the Katowice arena, he was on the banner. It's like, one step forward, one step back. But anyway. So, Gamers8, the actual tournament, not the profiles. We have the players, which, like I said, were determined via the qualifier that happened a few weeks ago, where there was no prize money. It was like a charity thing, but the real, prize was getting 2 Gamers8. And I don't think there was any surprises. I don't think anyone dropped out or anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but the Gamers Without Borders wasn't actually a charity tournament for us, right? Like, it was a charity tournament for other esports, and they just tagged the qualifiers for Gamers8 for us on top of it, right?
Look, I'm going to be
because we
honest
haven't
with
heard
you.
anything about prizing on, like, anything about any sort of charity for that whatsoever. Because, like, I
There
know
was,
for other esports they definitely did, but
I have no comment because I don't know anything. But all
Okay,
I know
no
is that they didn't give us any information, which is a bit weird, but yeah. So we have
That
the
was
8
weird.
players who are, they're playing for $400,000, and then
Mhm.
there's gonna be StarCraft 2 Legends, which is 4 people, and Brood War Legends, which is 4 people, which I guess is probably something I shouldn't have said, but yeah.
I think that was known.
Okay, good. And then, like $50,000 for the Brood War, which is certainly not a bad chunk of change, because I assume all of them get paid out, right? It's not like a winner take all. But these are the 8 players playing in question mark format with question mark seating. This is all the information that you guys have, and this is all the information I have. So
16 players?
Yes, 8 from
It's
Korea, 8
six-
from
16.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I just said 8. I definitely meant 8 plus 8.
Okay.
My bad.
I was I'm looking at Wikipedia and I'm like, do I not know what the format is?
no,
Like,
no, sorry.
But to be fair, no one knows what the format is. No one knows what the prize pool breakdown is. But I would guess probably 200K to first. What do you think? That's a lot, actually.
Where is
50%
the
prize
laser
pool.
and who?
It's not
The
unreasonable.
players not showing here on the screen as the laser and.
Oh, sorry. You want to know the players?
Yeah.
Well, we're just hiding it.
Clem?
Our faces
Oh,
are.
all Showtime.
Oh,
all
but Spirit has to be
Spirit.
Spirit, right?
Spirit,
Because it's 2
Yeah,
players.
laser.
Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Nice.
I'm kind of
Who's
excited
that
to see how Spirit
Pokemon?
does.
Spirit's been killing it recently. Spirit's
Yes.
been. He's probably had the biggest rise in the last 3 months of any player.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Him, Estrella,
kind of
Max Pax.
settled again, though. I think he's better than he was. So basically, this he entered 2023, and he's he was there, and then he goes here, and then he's here. So
Yeah, but I
it's
think
he didn't go back, but he's not peaked like he was for Katowice and some of the months there.
I think the thing though is that he's gotten over the yips. So he's now no longer a player where
Mm-hmm.
he is going to falter due to nerves, I think. And I think that's the big deal about. So I do agree with you. I don't want to say because I agree that he's not at that peak when he was right around Katowice, where he was looking so killer. But I think he's now over the hump that was keeping him from having the results that we knew he was capable of for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years even. And I think he's actually over that now, which is a huge deal.
I'd give him even more credit and say that 4 years ago I didn't expect him to have this sort of result because his play's kind of always been a little bit predictable, and like he never inspired a lot of confidence up until recently for me. And recently, I mean, it's just so rare to see a surge after so many years of a player that has been around from the beginning, for a player to just kind of improve. It makes sense that it's Spirit, in the sense that his playstyle lends itself to a slow and steady improvement, because he builds up for that late game, and that just kind of trademark style where you can get slow increments. But I think it's pretty nuts to see a kind of like a surge of a player that's been around for forever, as opposed to say Maxpax or Trigger, who kind of pop out of nowhere and have, or even Clem to some degree, that have like this meteoric rises and all the way to the top before stabilizing. Spirit's kind of been on the layer underneath and just broke to the top layer somehow, and that's almost
I feel like actually, and there's a great parallel here, but I feel like Cyril's probably the last one, and obviously Cyril had higher peaks, but he was sitting there kind of in the Finnish Zerg category, the Nordic Zerg category for a little bit. Namshar as well, like kind of in the same name, and then you start hearing rumors that behind the scenes he's really good. You know, Spirit is Cyril's late game practice partner. You hear rumors behind the scenes, wow, this guy's a lot better than his results, and then fixed the yips and just goes like that. So I don't know.
I mean, Cyril was a kid, right? Like Cyril was a kid, like when he entered the scene. Same as Raynor, same as Clem to some degree. Yeah. It's like they kind of matured, I feel like, into the player that they were slowly building up to be. And even like Cyril had his 2018, but 2017 people were already talking about him on the ladder and such. So I feel like it was like, for Spirit, it's strange because he, like, unlike Cyril, he had already been kind of in the spotlight, in the circuit, in the top 16s, top 8s, like kind of competing with his players constantly and measuring himself against them like constantly. And yeah, he's just kind of like steadily made his way to greener pastures, I guess.
Yeah, a success story for the grinders, I guess.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which doesn't often happen, I would agree. Yeah, I can't, like, most of them are a certain level, and then when they get good pretty fast, and then they stay there.
That's a great way to frame it. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's like, yeah, Cyril and a lot of these players that we see at the top are just like of a caliber that really, like, even just like playing other games and stuff, and like seeing some of these like top tier players that we have just explore from the get-go, and just how quickly they improve just based on their decision making, and like the, like making good decisions on logical basis and stuff like that. Like, I think we have a lot of that at the tippy top, where they're just absurd, but you don't get the grind story as much. Like, yeah.
You know what? Actually, go ahead, CG. No, I was gonna say, like, yeah, if you want to talk about grinding stories, the other really good one would be at Oliveira. Like he's the good grinder. He's the same kind of idea.
But even
the normal man,
it's very similar. It is similar, but it's not quite the same, because Oliveira has had peaks in tournaments, and he hasn't been able to keep that level, which made Katowice surprising. But he was the best player in China for many, many years, whereas obviously Europe, Spirit's always overshadowed. And he's done like the whole like defeating Cyril in a major tournament thing, or almost defeating him in a major tournament, and getting deep into the runs of international tournaments as well. Where Spirit is he really is just the solid player of a solid region.
That's a very good point. Yeah, because it feels like Oliveira just like jumped a few steps ahead and then fall back down to where he was, whereas Spirit clearly just stepped firmly onto the next set of stairs, right? And I agree with that. But from the perspective of Oliveira is a grinder, he's definitely a grinder, and he has seen the highest high that you can see. So that's cool.
And it would be very nice to have him back in a tournament, of course, because that was one of the big controversies of Jonkoping, that Oliveira did not get to go. So that's it's not going to be an issue. Unfortunately, as far as the issue of the EPT points, the whole seeding and whatnot situation that is this year, he's still screwed. Missing that tournament really did hurt him for future tournaments. But with a blank slate that is simply prize pool, then this is an excellent opportunity for him again. And I really will look forward to the potential of a Mauro Oliveira rematch offline, in which maybe Mauro just dismantles the kid, throws his corpse over the bridge. It's like, fuck that guy. But we'll see, because there are very good players coming in. The qualifier for this was absolutely stacked. There's a pretty sad story in the qualifier, which is that Gumiho missed out, which is now even sadder because of his most recent performance. But if we recall back to April, he basically got to like every single qualifier that he could, qualifying match, and then lost them. So he was like the closest of the close, and they were like 3-2s as well. Very unfortunate for him. But then we have from the world, the non-Korea, we have Showtime, the only Protoss, Clem here, Marine, Oliveira, Spirits, a Laser, Rainer, and Serral. So pretty much the guys you would expect. Maybe Lambo in there. Good day, but not this one. And from the Korean side of things, we have Classic Hero and Creator, Beyond Cure Maru, and Dark and Solar, which Creator coming in maybe is not the expected top 8, but is not, the biggest surprise. I mean, this could easily be top 8 GSL. So, is this top 8 GSL? We're missing Gumiho, basically.
There are too few Terrans this year. Although I guess we're not really technically missing out on anyone. But we're missing Bunny, maybe.
Yeah, Bunny's in a really weird place. It seems like his inability.
Gumiho, actually.
Bunny's inability to win Atlanta seemed to have hurt him.
Maybe shattered him mentally.
yeah. It's not been super great for him since then. And people are going to say Ragnarok's also missing, but Ragnarok will forever be the most mysterious player ever. I have never been a true believer in him, and every time I say that in a tournament in which I'm like on the stand, honor bound to say the truth, he then does well, and I'm like, God damn it. I guess I got to respect you. And then I'm like, well, he taught me a lesson, so I'm going to respect you for this new tournament that I'm casting, and he fucking fails. Totally bad. I'm like, God damn it.
It's like the Rogue effect, but not with much lower highs, right? Like, Rogue wins the GSL, then bombs out round of 32.
Yeah.
Or when we had round of 32. This one's like, Ragnarok's like, yeah, I'm okay. And then I'm not okay. And I'm like, yeah.
So I would say Ragnarok not being in this list is... he could be in the list, of course. He could.
Kind of like Lambo not being on the list almost, right?
Yeah.
You could swap him in for Creator or something, and it would make sense, and we'd be happy with it.
Yeah, if you swapped Lambo in for a Laser or for Spirit or Showtime, yeah. I feel like
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No one would be like, "Whoa, that's crazy!" Like,
yeah.
But yeah, there's always one person missing from Europe, which is kind of funny. It's almost like they should increase the slots by one because there's a drop off after that, right?
Yeah, there is. So without the bracket, we don't have very much more to talk about. But as we were saying, it's a 4-day event. So they're actually bringing out the talents and production sooner than usual too. For once in our life, we get 2 days being there prior to the well, technically 3, but there's a recovery day and there's usually a media day, or a rehearsal day that might also be a media day, and they actually have separated the two. So we're getting there like 3 days early: recovery day, media day, and rehearsal day, and then the actual tournaments. And there's 4 days of tournament, which is really cool. That may not really impact a lot of people's opinion of it or whatever, but to me, it's very exciting because I definitely have. I look at the CS:GO tournaments in Envy every single time, where they're there for like 2 weeks. Forming the stories and whatnot, and actually getting good content done. And the people who work on StarCraft 2 production, they try so fucking hard. Like, and many of them are fantastic, but they get like 2 hours to do something. And more often than not, they're fixing something else in those 2 hours, so the media never gets done. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty hopeful for all the bells and whistles that you would expect. I believe that some of the other Gamers8 tournaments broadcasts have not been the best. There's been some technical problems and whatnot.
Like the Dota broadcast had massive audio issues.
And disconnecting.
The first couple days. Yeah, I feel like for their side streams, not for their mainstream.
Oh, okay.
Can't be as bad as ZombieGrub's stream right now, though. I'm sorry, CG.
Oh, the audio issues or the disconnect issues? Which one? Both.
Disconnect.
No, it's about on par actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
This has been a good comparison.
Yeah. I can only hope the amount of money they put in makes it better than my personal stream talk show.
Yeah.
I can only
that
hope.
being said, I mean, I think the Dota tournament was like their first one of the
Mhm.
Gamers8 stuff. So like, if there are going to be issues, it's going to be during like week 1 of that event. Because
No,
I
it's
assume they're using
actually quite nice for a bit later on.
Yeah, right. You get all the kinks worked out.
Hopefully. Yeah. And as far as because I've gotten this question a lot, as far as there being any like visible impact of being in Saudi Arabia, there will be none. I mean, you know, I've never really dressed all that provocative in my life, so
I was wondering what you were making.
Yeah, I was like,
to.
if I
are
did,
you alluding to like a sandy background? Like, are they gonna do it outside? I was like, that sounds awful. Who would have suggested that?
I've gotten so many questions. You know, if I have to wear the headscarf, if I, you know, people were wondering, I guess, if I was even going to be allowed to be on broadcast when there's been plenty of women in previous Gamers8s. I think some people are also wondering about like what we can or cannot say, like how many rules have been established. And honestly, the only time I've actually ever gotten someone saying you have to do this or you can't do that was actually Nation Wars. They would not let us say Chinese Taiwan. We
Chinese
had to say
Taipei.
Chinese Taipei.
Oh, it's not cool.
Yeah, which really sucked. But besides, like, it will look completely normal, actually.
And that was on Blizzard's authority, by the way.
Yes, yes. To be very clear, that was definitely Blizzard's thing. That was so weird too because they like cracked down hard on it, and then they forgot about it or something. Because that was the only
tournament. They probably
tournament.
got a lot of backlash for it, and yeah, I think they got so much backlash.
Hopefully that's what actually caused them to change up. Thank you, Trigger. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out there because I have been getting a lot of questions, and it's like it will look no different from any other tournament. If anything, there might just be more to it. Like more media, more production. I don't know what else they're thinking.
Yeah, I think realistically, this might be the highest production quality tournament we'll have in a while.
Whoa! Don't jinx it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
highest attempted production quality, right?
Highest
planned
budget
production quality.
I was gonna say, yeah, if Blizzard has shown us anything, it's that throwing a bunch of money at something doesn't make it work necessarily.
It makes it work temporarily.
The production quality of Overwatch League was quite nice.
It was sick. Yeah, it was insane.
So
That's true. I gotta head out.
yeah.
Same.
We're kind of done anyways because Gamers8 has so little information that is public that we gotta move on anyways. And then moving on is the end of the show. So solid 4 hours. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for CatZ coming on for a little bit as well. And you know, definitely won't be back for another episode for a little while as I will be going over to Cast. I believe Steadfast and Bayamo for doing the B stream. I don't know if CatZ are involved at all.
Not at all.
That's unfortunate, but yeah. So you'll see most of the commentators, I guess, kind of participating in this in some fashion. So that's a whole week basically of work to be done there. So I will see you on this stream, guys, tomorrow for the GSL semis and finals cast, and then try to fit in other streams where I can. But I've been moving and whatnot, so it's been stressful. But again, thank you guys for being accommodating.
Wait,
for
you're
the time.
not moving again, are you?
I just moved to a house, this house, like 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh, it's a new move?
Yeah.
Because you had recently moved.
Yeah, well, it was from the old house to a temporary residence to the new house once it was built.
Oh, okay. So this is the permanent one.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
That's cool. Congrats then.
Yeah, thank you. But make sure to check these guys out on their Twitters as well as their Twitches. As Steadfast said, he's casting tomorrow the Masters Coliseum. Bayamolf also very much a grinder on the casts. And CatZ, you've been streaming quite a bit, I believe. StarCraft 2 as well as whatever else you do, I
mostly
guess.
just StarCraft 2, and I haven't been streaming that much actually. I might just be posting a blog on what I've been up to. I've been
Okay, cool.
just active on other stuff, and yeah, the game that I teased is something that I've been working on quite a bit as well.
All right. Well, then that'll do it. Sorry, no Q&A today, but it's already been quite a long episode. So I'm happy to answer questions on the YouTube comments. So thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you later. Bye.